Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small, actual criminal law firm in central Minnesota. How are we doing today, guys? How's it going today? I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well. Man, I've had a coating of grease. What are you talking about? Hi, X-Ray Girl. How are you? My hair is not greasy. It's wet. Sorry. It was all floofy and strange. So I put water in it. And now it's floofy and strange, but also wet. So that being said, tonight I have a special show for you. I don't know how to describe this. So obviously this is about the HROs. Well, it's about one of them for sure. It's about one of them. There's an HRO filed by Aaron Imholt against Patrick Melton. Now, Aaron Imholt has also filed an HRO against me. HRO stands for Harassment Restraining Order in Minnesota. And in 4 days, now on the 23rd, we will go to court to resolve this, in which I am fairly confident that those HROs will not be sticking around. I don't know if that's true or not. You never know. You just can kind of make your best guess. But the bases for the HROs are extremely flawed. All right. And any sober analysis of the HROs themselves that's given with any, I'm going to say it, with any sort of credibility and compensation for any potential biases and stuff like that, with any integrity or honesty, would show that these are obviously, there are obvious problems with them. And the problems are not like small things. They're fatal to the HROs themselves. And I've talked a little bit about mine. You know, I think we kind of went through it on one of the shows. Did we go through it? I feel like we did. But I've talked a little bit about mine. I haven't talked about Patrick Melton's yet. Well, I was watching This Little Piggy, which is a show about Aaron. And you know, some people I knew were on it. And so I was watching this show and laughing along, and they pull up this video clip of Fat Sean Martin, also known as Potentially Criminal, doing like a read through of the HRO and talking about it as if this thing is like, a possibility. And he's talking about this, and I'm like, but your legal analysis is lacking any analysis or anything regarding the law at all. Like there's not even a nod to the law itself or like what needs to happen or what any of this stuff means. He's just like, well, that's just how it goes, guys. It just is. It just is. It's like, no, how it goes is not like that at all, actually. An HRO is a serious legal matter and it has a process by which you defend basically the ex parte order that you got once it's challenged by the respondent. The respondent says, hey, like they don't get to restrict my liberty. And that's the key part of an HRO. It is a restraining order. It restrains you from doing certain activities. And it's, it's a step beyond. It's a step beyond the existing law because we all have a restraining order against harassing someone. Harassing someone is illegal. There's a harassment stalking statute in every state, I believe. Yes, I am a fan of Coke, obviously. So there's a stalking statute and a harassment statute in every state. And they talk about like what behaviors constitute harassment, which means that there is a legal standard. There is something that you have to show that the other person is doing to merit a restriction on their liberty. Think about it this way: like so the ex parte order against me prevents me from being within 1,000 feet of Aaron's house. Now, I don't have any reason to go anywhere near his house. I haven't been to his, I think the last time I went to his house was April 8th or something like that. Sometime between like April 4th and April 8th of 2024 was the last time I was there. And I was invited. Lady Rackets and I went up. We watched a baseball game with Aaron and a friend of his. And it was fine. Like we had drinks, we had cigars. It was fine. It was a fine time. It was just a few days before a whole bunch of things would change. And that's just how it was. But that's okay. But I don't need to go, I don't have any need to go anywhere near his house, generally speaking. So I don't really care about the 1,000 feet. But what if I do? What if I do have to go somewhere there? Now my liberty is restricted. I'm not able to do something that I would otherwise be legally perfectly able to do because of this. Or it's a crime. It's a potentially criminal act. There you go. And so obviously I would want to fight this. The other thing we didn't discuss with my HRO is that he asked for specifically no mentions of his name. The judge didn't grant that. I am able to talk about him. I'm able to talk about him just fine. Like I'm not prohibited in any way from speaking. So that's really important. What I'm not able to do is attempt to contact him either directly or indirectly. So I'm not direct contact is pretty simple. You call, text someone, go up to them, talk to them, etc. That's a direct contact. Indirect contact is that you do something by which you are attempting to communicate with someone, and you do it in a way in which you know that they will see it, or you have a reasonable expectation of them to see the communication, not see that they've been spoken about. There's a very, very important distinction there, and I think a lot of people miss that. But like, just because they see that they were spoken about does not make that an attempt at indirect contact. Indirect contact would be like you record a video or a message and you send it to someone. You say, hey, will you give this to whoever? Or will you stand outside with a boombox and play this audio message, right? Like, will you make sure this person gets that? That is an attempt at indirect contact. And sometimes those are overt and sometimes they're surreptitious, but like, it doesn't matter. That's what I'm restrained from doing, either indirect contact or direct contact, which again, I haven't had reason to talk to him in a long time. Plenty to talk about him. But and then I'm not allowed to go within 1,000 feet of his house, and I can't be in his presence, which again, all of these things are actually fine by me as far as like the concept, because I already do this. Like I don't really make attempts to contact him. He blocked me on everything forever ago. So it's like, I can't really do that anyway. And then, I definitely don't want to encounter him or like be in the same room or place as him. Like that's not on my agenda. And I haven't made any attempts to do so. So like, in theory, like I'm fine with this. However, as someone who's on probation, right, I have no desire to have a criminal issue to potentially deal with, even if it would resolve favorably for me in the long run, because like, I'm not going to have any intent to do any of this stuff. So I have to fight the restraining order because I can't have this stupid thing just hanging around. There will be someone who will accuse me of violating it. And that, I'm not going to deal with that while I'm on probation, especially. I wouldn't deal with it anyway. I haven't done anything to merit a restraining order. And frankly, neither has Patrick Melton. Patrick Melton has made a couple off-color jokes about Aaron's daughter, but those are jokes about someone that Aaron talks about publicly. You don't have to like them. I don't have anything negative to say about those kids at all. Like I said, my kids miss them, and they always had a good time hanging out and stuff like that. So I don't have anything to participate in on that front. But that being said, like I'm smart enough to know like what's a joke and what isn't a joke. And I think most other people are too. I think many of them are just dishonest about it. But here's the thing. Making jokes about someone's kid is not illegal and is not restrictable. And if you ask someone to stop making jokes, like, will you stop making jokes about my kid? They can say no. They can say no. What they can't do is make the jokes to you to a point where it is harassing, annoying behavior, where it's repeatedly, if it's interrupting your life or intended to cause mental stress to you. But that's a specific thing. There are ways to do that. Like, again, it almost always involves ensuring that the target audience receives the message, like indirect contact. That is what harassment ends up being. Harassment, there's a First Amendment. Congress can't make a law abridging speech. The harassing activity can't be the speech. It has to be what the action associated with the speech is. Either the speech is delivered in an annoying way that prevents someone from peacefully enjoying their lives, like you call someone over and over and over. You send them tons of text messages or emails, something like that. You reach into their lives and give an interruption. Or the nature of the message is something that goes beyond protected speech. So you're talking about something like a true threat, or like an intentional infliction of emotional distress, which is a hard thing to actually get to. But you can imagine, like, if someone lost a relative, and so then you constantly like remind them like of some gruesome detail of the relative's death. Like it's something very specific that bothers them. That would be like, and enough to where like it causes them anxiety and causes them to shut down. You have to have demonstrable negative mental health effects for this to be harassment. So there are legal standards in all this, and there are ways to analyze this. All of this is like real. It all exists. And yet this fat fucking slob is sitting there without any of the analysis at all. And I'm like, okay, well, we got to watch this. This is akin to anybody else doing anything fucking terribly. So we got to do that. So that's what we're going to do tonight, is go through his analysis of the Melton HRO. And what I'll do is I'm going to be stopping it and pausing it, multiple times to make fun of him, to correct him, and also to like talk about the nature of what harassment is in the state of Minnesota under Minnesota law. It's not that different from other states. Like really, like this is not a complicated different thing. Harassment is pretty well understood. It's a hard thing to explain what harassment is. Don't get me wrong. It's actually difficult to go, what is harassment? How do you explain it? But everybody kind of gets it. And so it's very consistent across all these different states, because it's like, well, you don't want someone knocking on your door at 2 a.m. and then 2:10 and then 2:20 and then 2:30 and 2:40 and 2:50. Like, you don't want that. Everybody can kind of understand that, like, knocking on your door in the middle of the night or ringing your doorbell or knocking on your windows, that's behavior that's meant to disrupt someone or even cause apprehension or fear in them, because that shouldn't be happening. That's outside of their normal experience. So you can get that. Everybody gets it. But it's hard to come up with examples of harassment out of hand, because there's so many different ways to do it that it's like, where do you start? What do you do? But the typical ideas are making someone's phone ring over and over and over again, especially if they know who's doing it. Like if there's caller ID, of the person and it's the same phone call over and over, or if you leave threatening voicemails or send text messages that are creepy or inappropriate and you send them over and over and over again. Again, one instance of this stuff is typically not enough to tip the scales on harassment. Salt EC says repetitive unwanted behavior. Yep, and that's from the text. But let's do a couple things first. I want this super tip came in 5 hours ago, and if you don't know what super tips are, let me walk you through it real quick.
37 minutes of cooking dating advice took 2 hours. This is scientific proof that Kurt's mass warps space and time. Tug voice, when? Just kidding. I know the system is bottlenecked right now. I blame Brad.
I don't even know who Brad is, but I blame him too. Yeah, so that's a super tip. So what that person did was go to supertip.gg/RL. They selected Megan Fox's voice from the list of available voices that I have. Some that some were generated for my channel, others were for other channels, but I've asked them if I could have them and they said yes. And so you're able to use those voices, they're AI generated voices, to read basically a super chat. And it's a great system for me. One, because you guys are pretty funny. Two, because sometimes putting the voices behind your super chat that you would otherwise send in text is the voices add something to it. Sometimes they subtract though. Like, it's not a perfect system, but I think on balance it's pretty good. And a lot of times they catch me off guard. So you should try that out if you're thinking about sending in a chat. What I'm gonna do is send try out. Here we go. Sorry, I couldn't type and talk at the same time. So anyway, try it out. Have fun with it. Like there's a lot of potential to get into antics with super tips. But it's just an option that's available out there. We've got a couple others that came in during the show here.
Mr. Potentially Criminal, isn't it true that you are actually slowly dying of hypoxia because you are so fat that your chest can't possibly expand? Kurt's micropene trumps your second belly button.
Exactly.
The last time you say him, I was 8. That's not a win for the toe.
The last time you say him, I was 8. That's not a win for the toe. Oh, yes. April 8th or something like that. Gina says, why don't more streamers use super tips? Lazy or uninformed? Well, it's pretty new. Like it's not that old. And so I think, people, most of the streamers who see it that I've seen, they want to adopt it immediately. Like they're like, yes, I like this. I get it. The hardest part is getting people like in the audience to start doing it. But once people do it, like during the trial of Karen Reed, there was tons of super tip chats that came in, and people had a lot of fun with it. So Angel Australia gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. M Wheels 1304, welcome to Paralegal Status. Appreciate it. Saber Dragon 65 says, are you planning on bringing back direct examination at some point? You still owe us Kenzie Puff. And I'd love to see you talk to Caleb Hammer. Be well. Yes, I would love to bring back direct examination. Some really great conversations happen there. Who the hell is Kenzie Puff? How do I owe this to you? Did I promise to do this? Was I on drugs though? Like, that's not fair. You can't do that to me. Jim tells you, says, I'm going to keep pestering you to send me the link until you eventually do. And I come on and make a fool out of myself. It's going to happen someday. Yes. I just have to be talking about a subject that like this one has to be done by me. It just has to. Pufferfish says, if you and wifey are out to dinner and Aaron is there, who has to leave? It's a complicated question because he can't be around her and I can't be around him. So I guess like he and I leave and she's alone, which is fine, I guess. I don't know. No, here's how I see things. If no matter what side of the restraining order there is, if I pull up and his car is there, we'll leave. Like, but if we're already somewhere and he shows up, I would expect that he would do the same. But I don't know. Like, if I were him, I would, just because like he shouldn't want to deal with that smoke from the court. Like, you don't want that you don't want to be arguing like, yeah, well, but I showed up, so they should have to leave. That's like a terrible, terrible choice to do. Especially in this scenario that you laid out, where Lady R and I we're at dinner, and he pulls up. He's court ordered to be away from her, and then he has begged the court to keep me away from him. So the rational thing for him to do is leave. That's how it should go. But like, I wouldn't want to go and like force him out. I don't really have any desire to interfere with this person's life in any way. And I've been pretty clear about that. Like, I will take care of what needs to be taken care of in court. And we're not done. We're not done by a stretch. This HRO is not the end of things. One, he is sentencing on October 2nd. And then I think he's about to experience the reality of the civil system at some point. But that being said, that'll be taken care of in court. Like, I don't want to interact with this person ever. I'd prefer that, like, he's been generally not talking about me or my family for the past, since he filed his restraining order. He's trying to be different or whatever. I prefer that. Like, great. That's nice. But am I gonna stop? I have some things that might need to be said, but almost entirely what I want to do is deal with him through the legal system in the other than that, like this, go away. I have no desire to be around this person or interact with them. Lily Smith says, I've been a member much longer. YouTube lies. Good to see you. Well, Lily Smith, I will regard you as a 3-month member forever. Especially since you said YouTube lies. We know that YouTube doesn't lie. YouTube is the arbiter of all truth. And you can't convince me otherwise. This is very important. Lily Smith also says, so good to see you, Nick. Hey, thank you. And we got one more of these for now.
OMG, Nick, I am being censored. Stephen Miller is sexy, and ask him, a fun guy, to text me.
I'm a fun guy. I'm a ton of fun. I'm a lot of fun. You don't even know how much fun I can be. All right. It's time. We got to get this video going, I think. Here we go. All right. I think we can probably do this off the clip, so we don't have to watch his entire stream. I think the clip will take plenty of time anyway. Oh my gosh, this is annoying. Hold on one second. Oh boy. These are really short. These will probably work just fine. It's only 11 minutes. Hold on, I gotta see if this is on here. Wait a minute. What? Okay. So you guys got to see this. Like, I didn't know about this at all. This is funny. Check this out. That's the stream. Like, that's the original source stream. I have the clip here from Stalin. But it appears that that video is violating community guidelines. I don't know what. Like, I have no idea. That's pretty funny. Who knows what for? Right? Like, okay. Let me see if there is a longer clip, though. I just want to make sure that I'm getting the right one. Especially now we can't go to the source material. Okay, yeah, I don't think. All right, it doesn't look like there's a longer clip. It looks like that's the one. Hey, what's up, Rita? How you doing? Moose Nut says, so Nick flagged it for F-slurs. Woo. Cool move, but I didn't flag it. Like, what the fuck? Oh my goodness. I literally just found out now. To be clear, it not being there isn't like convenient for me or helpful. It makes this harder. I would much prefer the video be there so I could talk about it from the source video rather than having to go through clips. So that's very silly. And it's not about me. Why would I remove that at all? It's about Melton. Melton can get made fun of. I don't care. Can you say hi to me and Legs' wife? Who's Legs'? All right. Where am I? What are we doing? Okay, here we go, guys. So this is potentially criminal Sean Martin, allegedly an attorney. The fun thing about Sean is he talks a big game about like, I'm anti-government and stuff. Except this tubby here was a prosecutor, and I believe now works in does some sort of appointed defense or something like that. Who really cares? Why does he look so old? I don't know. Who knows? Oh, wait, if you're talking about me, it's because I am. But all right, let's do this. Let's see how this goes. There are two of these HRO videos, and we're going to go through them.
Aaron M. Holt, and also Patrick Melton. And now, what have we learned so far? Well, Aaron M. Holt has a harassment restraining order out currently on Nick, and one currently out on Patrick Melton. Now, they're in the ex parte stage, meaning Aaron met the initial burden of proof to have this go forward. So until they're hearing...
No. The initial burden of proof is effectively nothing. The initial burden of proof is if everything in this petition is taken as true and read favorably for the petitioner, then the court will issue a temporary restraining order, or not a temporary, well, an ex parte restraining order. And then that ex parte restraining order can be challenged within 20 days. If you don't challenge it within 20 days, if you do it within 20 days, you get a hearing much sooner. If you don't do it within 20 days, you can still have the order vacated on the same grounds. The only difference is it takes a little longer to get your hearing. So you may have this thing for like a month, 2 months, 3 months, depending on the court calendar. That being said, he didn't meet any burden of proof. You write something down. There isn't a burden of proof at all because there's no proof. There's no evidence presented. You can attach evidence, I suppose, but in Aaron's case, he didn't attach evidence. He just mentioned some things pretty vaguely that happened. And that's probably why he didn't get what he asked for from his orders. Although realistically, he probably shouldn't have gotten the orders at all because what he wrote down doesn't amount to harassment anyway. But that said, the judges are pretty liberal in handing out, an ex parte restraining order because they can be challenged pretty inexpensively. You don't have to hire a lawyer and make a big fight out of them, especially if the other person wrote it themselves. Like you can just go in and the judge will try and sort out between you, like what's going on with these two people. So here we go.
The order's in effect. And Melton and Nick aren't doing great jobs of showing they're not harassing people because they can't quit talking about Aaron.
Talking about someone, even with a massive frequency, is not harassment, you fat fucking loser. I don't know. Like, he knows this. I know he knows this because he is a defense attorney. He has probably had to deal with this a ton of times. He would never go into court for a client and be like, you know what, Your Honor, my client does talk a lot about someone. That's not harassing behavior. It's not in any state harassing behavior. He is lying, and it's embarrassing because there's no reason for him to lie about this. Focus on the things that you think might actually be harassing behavior. But they can't stop talking about him. I don't talk about Aaron on this show pretty much ever unless someone brings it up in a super chat or super tip. And I typically say this show isn't about that. I wouldn't be talking about it now, except for Sean's analysis is so embarrassingly bad, it should be thrown in the dumpster where he normally shops for sandwiches. And when I heard it, I was like, you've got to be fucking kidding me. But let's just get right out the gate. Well, he can't stop talking about him. There's a First Amendment. Aaron's issues are a national news story. They're on nationally syndicated Fox, NBC, ABC channels. They've been covered by people like Anna Kasparian. He's interviewed with Alex Stein, who's from Blaze. Like, these are on nationwide news channels. Anybody has the right to talk about this. Anyone and everybody. Same with me, by the way. Like, I am for the purposes of all of my criminal antics, right? I am a public figure in those things. It's pretty much open season. There's not much I can do to stop anyone from talking about me. Not that I would typically try or have tried. That's just how it goes. It's part of what happens when you become a national news story, whether you want to or not. Sorry, now people can talk about you, and they can talk about you a lot. They can make tons of videos about you. They can write letters. They can create poetry. They can write music about it. They can write a fucking sonata dedicated to your criminal issues, your legal woes, especially once major news networks are covering it. There's no way out of it at that point. And this idea that this guy, gas station Santa Claus here, will sit and unironically be like, well, they're talking a lot. They can't stop talking about him. You don't have to. In fact, he tried to get that in his restraining order, and the judges, 2 different judges, independently said no to that request. That's how bad already his analysis is. In the broadest sense, in the easiest thing to get on earth, which is an ex parte restraining order under Minnesota law, all you have to do is go in and allege sufficient facts with no basis, just the allegation, allege sufficient facts to say this person might harass me, and I'm going to ask the court to intervene because it is interfering with my life. And it's an exceedingly low bar. The judges still both said, no, we're not going to stop them from talking about you. So straight out the gate, he has this evidence at his grease-filled fingertips, just sitting there waiting. Like, the judge disagrees with you. The judges already disagree with you on the speech thing. And that's before anyone steps foot in court and says, now wait a fucking minute. This isn't true. The respondents haven't gotten to respond, and the judge still said no. And Sean is here. He's like, they just can't stop talking about him. The judges clearly don't care about the speech. What the judges did was issue restraining orders from contact, like through communication, and from like physical proximity. Why? Because if someone requested this restraining order, they didn't do it, and then someone gets shot or stabbed or, like pegged or whatever, then the judges would feel bad. Their conscience would be. So if they put the restraining order out, this presumably will allow the person a little bit more of an ability to protect themselves by calling the cops, saying, hey, I've got a restraining order against this person. They're here. I'm afraid of them. Just please come rescue me. Right? Like, that's what these are for. That's what these are for. Let's ignore Little Rock versus Gonzalez. Or not. Was it Little Rock? It's not Little Rock. It's Gonzalez v. Castle Rock. Sorry, Castle Rock versus Gonzalez. Let's ignore that, where we find out that cops don't actually have to enforce restraining orders at all, and they can't be held accountable if they just completely ignore them willfully and intentionally. But that being said, the whole point is to give the person just a little bit of extra security. And it's almost like security theater, but it is there, and there is a punishment for someone violating it. So all of that is there. But they really just don't want someone, like shot, stabbed, assaulted in some way. They want that type of activity to be minimized. And that's why they're liberal in granting out ex parte restraining orders. And again, the idea is that someone can challenge, like the respondent can say, hey, wait a minute, I'm going to challenge that. And then things get a little bit more intense and more serious. But Sean is here. He's looking at the document, and he can see specifically that the judge disagrees with what he says about speech right out the gate. And he's just dishonest. And he's been dishonest for quite a while. It's been great to watch.
But there are some updates in the entire story, right?
Nakadashi Tomodachi, and this guy's a colossal spurg, says, if Sean is wrong, why was the TRO issued? I just went through it. They broadly issue the TROs in Minnesota just to, again, the idea that someone feels unsafe. If they take them at their word and they feel unsafe, okay, fine. But he's talking about speech. The speech isn't the issue. Aaron says he's afraid of me. Like, he's afraid of me getting physical. That is actually in his document. He's like, I'm afraid he will get physical. Which, there's tons of videos out there of Aaron saying he's not afraid of me physically, that he would kill me, that he'd whatever. But apparently he's a giant bitch who's actually afraid of me physically, I guess. Even though I've never threatened him physically or anything like that. It's very silly. Very silly thing. But hey, he wrote it down. And so the courts issue them ex parte to be safe. And then the respondent gets a chance to challenge it. And the chance to challenge it is coming up on the 23rd. But again, we're talking about his statement about speech. He's talking about, because Melton and I apparently can't stop talking about Aaron. Never mind that Aaron has spoken about me almost every day for an entire year and has spoken about me. He has specifically lied and defamed me a whole bunch of times. That said, he's also, he's also completely stripped any sort of privacy that I had around certain parts of my life over and over, with no regard for it. And he did it for over a year. And then he's like, well, I guess now everybody should just back off. It's like, wait, you got a year to talk. I haven't had a year yet. So let's see. Nagadashi says, sorry, but Sean is right on this one. The court agreed and issued the TRO. No, that's the thing. You're missing it. There's a different reason they issued the TRO. It's within the physical fear that Aaron alleges. That's what gets the TRO. And that's what they ordered. That's what they ordered it around. Also, specific text messages to Aaron that he alleges that I sent, which were sent again over a year ago. No indirect or direct communications and no physical proximity. If Sean was correct, they would have issued the TRO on speech, on mentions, the thing that Aaron asked for, but he didn't get that. You have to look at what the TRO is for and what was alleged within the document. Sean is also a practicing lawyer. Yeah. So that doesn't make his analysis good. You realize there's a shitload of practicing lawyers out there who have garbage legal analysis. It happens all the fucking time. And it's really weird that people keep doing that. Well, he's a practicing lawyer. He's not. There's a bunch of non-practicing lawyers that are a fuckload smarter than practicing lawyers. And there's a bunch of practicing lawyers who are smarter than non-practicing lawyers. It doesn't really matter. People's grasp over what the legal standards are, if they even know, is related to their practice area, their experience, their research, and their, like the currentness of their research and knowledge, right? Like, have they kept up with it? Sean isn't a Minnesota lawyer. He could be forgiven for not knowing some of the particulars of Minnesota law. What he shouldn't be forgiven for, though, is misunderstanding intentionally on his stream what harassment is and the court's hesitancy to put prior restraints on speech. It's a direct violation of the First Amendment. And if you think like, well, he's a practicing lawyer, go ahead, listen to him. He's retardedly wrong on this issue, and we'll get to it. We're only 30 seconds in. Michael W. says, wouldn't the judge also take into account that Sean's a public, I think you mean that Aaron's a public figure and should expect someone to attack his opinions? Yes, absolutely. And the funny thing is, they don't even have to, the court doesn't have to do this. Aaron calls himself a public figure all the time. He says, I'm a public figure. People can say whatever they want about me. Except when he wants a TRO, apparently people can't. That's crazy. And Sean knows this. He knows this. He's lying to you. That's the crazy thing. It's like he's lying overtly, flat out. And any analysis of this that has a shred of honesty to it would just say, yeah, like the guy's fucking lying. Michael W. says, it's true. Look at Supreme Court Justice Jackson. I don't want to. She's ugly.
Right now. And we're going to start with those. So what do we know so far? Well, so what did we see get filed this past week? Well, this was filed and it's from PCG, your neighborhood law firm. Your neighborhood law firm. And what do we know so far? Well, it's in the case of Aaron M. Holt versus Nicholas Rekieta. This is, Dear Stearns County District Judge, I have just been retained by Mr. M. Holt in this harassment restraining order matter scheduled for July 15th at 3:30 p.m. So yes, a couple days ago, I will be in a mediation that will last all day that day. I am respectfully requesting a brief continuance of the hearing. Very truly yours, Ross W. Montgomery. And it was sent to Nick's attorney, Frank White. Esquire. Now, what happened in response? Well, good old Frank White, if you guys remember, this is the man who brought us the watermark defense, the brilliant Frank's motion that just wasn't recognized in its time for the
Frank's motion was not brilliant, but the bases for the Frank's motion were solid. The fact that it was not communicated very well was very frustrating to watch. That being said, a criminal defense attorney who will just let go that a police officer lied multiple times in his warrant request and that he used non-criminal activity, that he had specific knowledge was non-criminal activity from the entity that would be the enforcement arm of it, that he used that and put that in the warrant request to say, hey, judge, I want to go look for evidence of this crime. But he was told that that wasn't a crime. And he just lied about it. Like, and there's a defense attorney out there saying this is okay. That's embarrassing for Sean. Way more than it's embarrassing for Francis. Wait, what do we got here?
I have seen your weak shoulders and bitch arms. You can't get physical with anyone. If he is scared of you, the cucking is utterly complete.
Here, I'll let you all in on a secret. It's not I've said it pretty consistently for the past 7 years. I don't want to fight anyone. I'm 43 years old. Fighting is not something I want to do. I might fall and break a hip, and then it's just days that I have left alive. Fuck off with that noise. I will specifically avoid physical confrontation all day. I have no desire to be in it. I have 5 kids and a wife that I have to take care of and provide for. I'm not going to get clocked, get knocked out, fall and hit my head on the concrete and never wake up. I don't want to do that. If I'm out in public and I bump into someone, I apologize. If they bump into me, I'm like, hey man, sorry I was in your way. Like, what's up? How you doing? What's your name? And then like I have amicable and affable conversations with people because I don't want to be stabbed, shot, punched, or otherwise. Like, fuck off with any of that. And I've talked about that from jump on this channel. I don't go to rallies. I don't do any of that because I don't want to get hit by a flagpole or something, right? Like, not my thing. It's cool. Other people can do that. Great. I'll sit here and whine about shit. Nagadashi Tomodachi says, I thought Aaron was more upset that you leaked his messages, photos of him naked in his emails, and turned up to his bar. It's not his bar. It's a public business that everybody is invited to go to. And he wasn't going to be there because he was in jail. That's again, the weirdest thing. Turned up to his bar. Wait, so like I could just claim something is mine and stop you from going to a public establishment? Like, do you realize the level of fucking stupid that is? And the fact that you're propagating this from other stupid people is it's so strange. Like, any thought through this? Like, you know what? You can't go to the Target in Wilmington, Delaware. That's my Target. I've basically like own it. Like I go there all the time. It's mine. You can't go there. Like if you talk bad about me, fuck off. You can't go to that Target. That's the dumbest thing ever. You can't go to this bar. Why? Now, the owner of Stoney's could certainly say these people are not welcome here or whatever. And if they show up, he could say, look, you got to go. You're not welcome here. He has a right to do that. And he eventually said, you should get out. Right? Called Melton. He said to Patrick Melton's face, he says, Aaron Imholt told me you're a pedophile. He says you're a pedophile. Melton says, but I'm not. Like, you understand that I'm not, no matter what Aaron says. And he says, no, he says you're a pedophile. And like, he started to get huffy and angry, and he kicked us out of the bar. Probably because he was so huffy and angry. No one else is huffy or angry, but he looked like he was about to hit Melton in the face. And he probably didn't want to get an assault charge for doing something like that. So he threw Melton out and then asked, I don't know if we, like the rest of us, got kicked out officially or not, but we didn't want to stay at that point. Like, you don't want to do that. That wasn't the point. The point was just to go there and actually just have a laugh at being at a place. It's silly. It's a place that's talked about all the time on Melton's show. So we all just went. And again, importantly, I watched Aaron get arrested. I also knew he was getting arrested. prior to the hearing ending. And so there was no danger that he was going to be there. He lied on his HRO petition saying that we went to this bar in hopes to find him there. Like, we just watched you be arrested in court. Like, we know you're not going to be at Stoney's. So it's a silly thing. Also, Aaron doesn't like go to Stoney's. I don't know if you know this or not, but he doesn't go there. It's not that close to his house. There's a ton of other bars that he goes to. Stoney's isn't one of them. They advertise on his channel. It's not his bar. Stop being dumb. I don't know what is wrong with you. I'm not sure about it, but like you ate retard pills or something. Your syndromes are going downs, my friend.
Hi, Nick. Can we please talk about immigration and birthright? Are you Italian, Lowell?
Not tonight. Tonight we're talking about this stupid shit.
Brilliance that it was. I mean, that's really what happened there to Frank White. He was really, the man was ahead of his time. It's just that Judge Wenzel didn't understand. That's what happened, guys.
It's obvious that Judge Wenzel literally didn't understand. Part of that is, that's the onus, I guess, is on the writing, but we didn't really get a chance to fight that much on it. Nagadashi Tomodachi says, you and Aaron broke up. Can't you just move on? Ask that question in the opposite. Again, I'm responding to a person who has said all sorts of shit about me for well over a year. The level of restraint I've had in my response is admirable. That level of restraint will end when we go to court on it.
It's really, that's what happened. Judge Wenzel didn't understand, but that brilliant Frank's motion that Nick totally wasn't involved in. Well, so anyway, yes.
You realize this is another one of Sean's weird things. He knows this. You don't hire a lawyer and then do the lawyer's job for them. You don't do that. So this idea that I hired Francis but I wrote I did all the work. This is a weird fucking conspiracy theory that Sean has pushed from jump, that somehow I'm masterminding all the legal work of all this stuff. I don't exactly know why that's a thing that has been promoted or propagated, or why anybody thinks that that's a good idea. That you can't just hire an attorney and be like, I'm going to take the lead on this, write it down, and have them sign their name. Like, attorneys don't do that. They do their own work, because if they had someone else doing their work, it might not be, the level that they wanted at or whatever. So like, I'm not sure where he's got this and why he's propagating this stupid myth that people can just hire attorneys to basically be an auto pen for them. That's not how this works. He knows this. He's a practicing attorney, allegedly, or whatever. I don't know who would pay him. I don't know why. Like, after watching his analysis of this situation, it's embarrassingly bad. It's questionable that he even has a license for any purpose. And this is coming from me. Shut Up, Bike and Cook says, Nick, who these white boys you keep talking about? I'm trying to get these little tally lols to mess with me on Twitter. I mean, there's tons of them, Cookie. Nagadashi Tomodachi says, restraint presenting at a conference about Aaron. Oh my God. Do you understand first that Hackamania wasn't about Aaron? I think 2 shows or 3 shows of the 7 were about Aaron. The others are about other things. The other events at Hackamania were about other stuff. It's not an Aaron convention. He featured heavily on a couple shows. Yes, of course. He became very interesting to people about a year and a couple months ago, when he started talking incessantly about me and private matters that he'd agreed to keep private. He broke that agreement and he decided to talk a whole lot. And he became very interesting to people. Going and presenting at a convention is, I sat on a show and made fun of a loser. There you go. It happens every day. I don't know if you know this. It happens. People go to shows, people remote into shows, people create shows, people create entire series of entertainment by talking about one person quite a bit, especially when they become a national news story. There is no harassment in going somewhere. Like, think about this. An HRO, by the way, applies in Minnesota. You're in the jurisdiction of the state. I left the state and went about as far away from him as possible and talked about him and made some jokes and told some stories. If what I did is harassment, then what he does is harassment. And that doesn't really make any sense because what he's doing is not harassment. It irritates the shit out of me sometimes, but there's nothing you can do about it because you have the right to talk about people. What? Oh, you're an Australian. That's part of the problem. You don't understand freedom. Go get bit by a snake or something. I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was dealing with an upside down person until I just looked at your super chat and it had an A next to it.
It's the Barnes Walker himself. Frank White is representing Nick and Patrick Melton. And it's like, Melton, Melton, you can find a good lawyer, buddy. Don't remember, this is Nick's attorney. Nick keeps saying this guy was incompetent and didn't do his job right.
I didn't say he was incompetent. I said that the Frank's motion was obviously not communicated well. That's apparent because the judge didn't seem to comprehend what happened. The judge's memorandum didn't actually convey the same ideas that the motion was intended to convey, which means there was a disconnect in the legal writing. It doesn't mean that he's an incompetent attorney. It means that one document didn't land. And sometimes that happens. Like, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? Like this, great lawyers, the greatest lawyers, really, truly tremendous lawyers, wonderful lawyers. They go out there all the time. Judges don't listen to them. They just don't agree sometimes. This is the practice of law. Like, you're dealing with people whose persuasiveness matches against someone's opinions. I don't know if Judge Wenzel has ever granted a Frank's motion ever. Like, I have no idea. Maybe he has, but maybe he has a thing against him. I don't know. But I think at the end of the day, that document didn't land. The communication, it's hard to communicate these issues. Like the way the Frank's motion works, it's not very easy to communicate, and it wasn't done effectively. Does that mean he's incompetent? No. If he was incompetent, I'd be in prison.
Multiple times. Melton, if you're out there, you can get a better attorney. I mean, you listen to Nick talk shit about this guy and you let this guy represent you. I don't know what to tell you, man. That's very foolish. But
I haven't talked enough shit about Francis. I'm going to start talking more shit about Francis. I don't think that guy can even make an omelet.
Whatever. So anyways, Frank White, that same day, notice this was sent 2:32 p.m. In less than 8 minutes, Frank White had a response. And he says, "Dear Judge, this correspondence is submitted in immediate response for requesting a continuance by Aaron's attorney." He says, "The respondent opposes this request." Now, did he have a chance to talk to Nick in 8 minutes?
Yes. What are you talking about? Yes. What is this fucking theory that this lawyer doesn't do his job? Like, I don't get it. Did he have a... Yes, I oppose the request because this HRO has put a restraint on me. And I don't want that restraint. And I don't want a looming fucking issue where I could be arrested over some loser with a demonstrated history of lying who lied to the court to get the HRO. I don't want that to be the cause of me getting falsely arrested. I don't want to deal with that. So yeah, I opposed an extension of time. You asked for this fucking thing. I got a hearing, and then you hire counsel who's not available that day. Fuck off. That's lame. But hey, the judge disagreed. But yes, he obviously contacted his client and talked to him. Can you not have a conversation in less than 8 minutes? Like, it took 2 seconds. Hey, they want to, he says he's not available. Tell him to fuck off. Oppose it immediately. Probably not going to get the opposite, probably not going to get the continuance shut down. But we had reasoning to do so. Again, I'm a person who talks for a living. This is a subject that I sometimes talk about on my show or on other shows. And so, it would be nice to not have a restraining order, especially when the restraining order is based on false shit. Did he have time to talk to him in 8 minutes? Yes. It takes 2 seconds to say, oppose it. Okay.
Or did he do this on his own? Petitioner's counsel is aware that respondent opposes this request, and his failure to inform the court thereof necessitates this correspondence. Now, what is he trying to say here? He's saying Aaron's counsel is aware that we oppose the request, and the failure to inform thereof necessitates a correspondence.
Yes, because what he should have done, what you do is you reach out to counsel and you say, hey, I can't make it to this hearing. Do you mind if we bump this hearing to a later time? And then you say, yeah, we fucking mind, or no, we don't. You confer first. That's telling you, Sean, who should know this from the text of the letter and a basic grasp of English, that a correspondence occurred between the two lawyers. One said, hey, I'm not available. I have something going on that day. And the other said, okay, we oppose. And when you do that, his letter to the court should have mentioned that the respondent doesn't agree. Legal drafting 101.
We request the hearing take place as scheduled on July 15th at 3:30 p.m. Respectfully, Francis H. White III. Now, we oppose it. I mean, why? Why are you opposing it? He retained counsel. This isn't, just courtesy as between attorneys. Generally dictates you won't get in the way of this. And that's just common courtesy, because if
it's kind of a common courtesy, except when the parties may have a history, especially where one of the parties has a history of doing all sorts of questionable shit to the other. The other may not be willing to give even a millimeter, which is just larger than what he's familiar with.
if you oppose it, well, you're kind of acting like an asshole.
Yes.
And
100%.
that looks bad to the judge, but also looks bad to opposing counsel in the future, because let's say something happens.
Well, it looks bad to opposing
something
counsel.
happens like his.
It's such a weird thing. It looks bad to opposing counsel. You should know I will be a fucking monster in court if I have to be. This is retarded. This should have never been granted, and it won't stand. And your client is horrifying. That said, yeah, I'm not going to be fun to deal with on this. I'm certainly not. And the settlement offer because Aaron did a settlement offer, even though he's talked so many times about, like, oh, if you settle, you're a total bitch or whatever. He sent a settlement offer, and it's laughable. It's laughable, and it's so nakedly obvious about what he's trying to do. The other thing is, Sean probably knows exactly what Aaron's trying to do, because Sean is probably having conversations with Aaron behind the scenes about this issue. In fact, maybe that's why Sean is such an apologist for this HRO. Lolo S. Ifrit says, you could probably make a financial goal to wear the Sonichu medallion for the remainder of the stream. I don't really care for the financial goal thing, personally.
Okay, Nick and Chad, I adore you guys. I am going to sleep to my 2 darling Jack Bauer, 24 season 8. Stephen Miller is married. I was going to marry him. Dag on it. LOL.
It's funny to me how completely paper thin some people's skin is and how little spine they actually have.
Isn't it wild? Especially when those people talk specifically about having thick skin and stuff like that. You should have heard when Sean called me with the complete bitch up on the Montegraph thing. This guy, Sean, talks like he is a badass attorney with all these cool stories and stuff like that. I mean, look at him. It's never been true. It's never been true at all. Nagadashi says, Sean and Aaron are colluding. Sounds like paranoia. I didn't say colluding. I said talking to him behind the scenes. Just honestly represent what's going on here. But why is it weird? When I accused him of it before, Aaron called the police. He hacked me. That's so silly. It wasn't hard to figure out.
Something bad happens to him the morning of the hearing and he can't make it. Hey, man, can we continue this? You just told this other guy to go f himself. What do you think he's going to do when it matters? He's going to tell you to f yourself. More importantly, the judge knows now you're being an asshole. Why do you want to look like an asshole in front of the judge before you even get to the hearing? I don't get it. But remember, this man gave us a Frank's motion. Frank wrote the Frank's motion, and maybe he's just unrecognized in our time. Just, you don't do this. This is not common courtesy anywhere you go. I don't care if you're in, New York City or Boston, where, Tim Bradle and Hank Brennan are.
New York City? Boston? It doesn't matter where you are. It's a posture between the two parties. I'm tired of this legal bigotry that's going on. I'm tired of someone who says that they will kill me coming out with a bitch up and asking the court for protection for me, who's never said anything like that. I said he should kill himself, I think, in a text message. Actually, I think I said the world would be better off if you ended yourself, was the text message I sent. But that's not a threat. That's not any sort of attack. That's an opinion given to someone, and it's an honest opinion. That being said, this person has said that they will physically kill me, make me part of the pavement, all these big, tough things that he had to say. And then he goes, running to the cops for an HRO. He's mean to me online. Okay. Guilty.
You try, like, it's not a request by the defendant or the parties involved. It's an attorney like, look, man, I'm already scheduled with another client that day. I can't make it. Cool. We'll have to.
Yeah, have co-counsel in your office make it. How about that? That's an option lots of attorneys do. Because sometimes judges don't move hearings. I don't know why Sean is acting like this. He's acting as if like we're arm's length litigants here. I don't know why Nick would oppose this. Why would I grant him any space at all? Like, what are you talking about? I would never hire this man. Like, obviously, I wouldn't hire this man because I can't imagine the amount of money spent on Rolos annually by him, but I couldn't hire this man at all after seeing this. His analysis is so soberingly stupid.
Figure that out. But instead, Frank White wanted to be about it. Like, or if Nick really told him to do this, like, it's even worse because, Nick, you used to be an attorney.
Still am an attorney.
To go to court. You understand. Well, I don't know if you understand courtesies. I don't know if you understand.
Yeah, I also understand when they don't apply. Why are you pretending that courtesy is universal and universally deserved? It's not. Sometimes when someone's pulling bullshit, you just call it bullshit because it's what it is. And again, Sean knows this. This is one of the most. Sean is either wildly incompetent, which I don't actually believe. This analysis is trash, but I don't believe he's incompetent to the level that he has to be for this to be true. Or in the alternative, he's completely dishonest. And that's what's happening here. Sean basically laid out that he was going to be dishonest in regards to me a long time ago. And he has been for quite a while. And this is before I was arrested.
Understand social cues, but you should. You should have. So if Frank did this on his own, that's sad, man. You know better. You know better. They call him the Barnes Walker, but what are the odds Nick is wearing white skin and necktie? I mean, I still think that based on the way the shittiness of those filings, but who knows? Who knows? So what do we know right now in the meantime? So the court, and this is interesting how the court does stuff in Minnesota, but this is an interesting way. So the judicial officer who's doing the hearing jumps in off the top rope, and he comes in and he says, look, we're going to handle this. And he's like, I got this. And what does he say? And he's like, I'll make a decision here. The request for continuance is granted, and it should have been.
The idea that opposing it meant that we thought it would be not granted is silly. But you sometimes have to set the tone. There's no reason to be conciliatory on a false HRO. Zero. None. None at all. Even if you know you're going to lose. Like, oh, what if in the future? This is going to be a one hearing endeavor. There isn't a future. There isn't something. This hearing is going to decide whether or not the HRO stands. The only reason there would be a second hearing is if the HRO does stand, there would be a motion to vacate filed probably monthly because this is insane. But that being said, this is a one-shot deal. Sean's like, oh, what if you have to have an extension later? What later? What later are you talking about? This is it's one and done. This is not a long, drawn out process with multiple hearings and all of this stuff. It's taken care of at one hearing. It's probably going to be 30 minutes to an hour tops. An honest doubter says, is being able to hear fat a kind of sixth sense? Yes. Cody the Bum says, Nick, these channels you build have spent a year ripping you. They and their cuck audience can't cope with being wrong. I don't know. Whatever. I don't know what drives it. I know that I pissed a bunch of people off. That's fine. But at least be pissed off with your own fucking integrity.
Aaron's got an attorney. That attorney's like, hey, man, give me some time, brother. I need to work on stuff. And you should have.
What do you need to work on? When you bring the HRO, you should have your stuff together. Nakadashi Toma whatever says, so Sean was right. Judge denied your objection. It wasn't an objection. It was an opposition. Those are different things. We opposed the request. He granted the request for continuance. A request for continuance, especially the first one in a matter, is almost always going to be granted. Almost always. Even over opposition. It's not necessarily about getting the thing done. It's about setting the posture. This HRO is bullshit. Anyone who looks at it can tell that it's bullshit, even if they don't know the scenario, because the elements required for hitting a restraining order are not actually in there. They're in the loosest sense may be present. And again, they grant ex parte orders exceedingly liberally and broadly. Anyone can get these. It's really simple. It's much harder the moment someone responds and you have to go into court and pass an actual legal standard, especially while having opposition. But when there is no defense, Yes, they grant them really simply. Again, the fact that Aaron didn't get what he asked for is probably because he drafted it himself and didn't hire competent counsel to go ahead and help him out in the first place. He may have had help from a friend or something, drafting it. I don't know. Or if he just did it completely on his own, it doesn't really matter. Whatever group or individual drafted his petition did it incompetently. He wasn't given what he was asked for. When you can get what you're asking for because there's no defense, you can generally get anything you want from an HRO, because a judge will grant it so long as there is any reasonableness to the allegations. You don't even have to back it up with factual or with evidence. You just make the claims and they grant them. The fact that he couldn't get the no mentions thing just meant that he didn't prepare it correctly. Mr. Ubercross says, if you work with the other attorney a lot, you can just let them know, hey, I'm opposing, nothing personal. And the other attorney usually is like, yeah, no worries. I get it. Happens all the time. Yes, if that's the case. I believe that these two attorneys have never encountered each other before.
Just said, okie dokie. But you didn't.
Why did
Plaintiff's
you say
counsel was
okie dokie?
recently retained, and that's a very critical point. That's a very critical and salient point. Look, this guy just got his attorney. Oh, but you know what? The plaintiff had previously succeeded in proceeding self-represented in 2 of these filings. And Aaron did. The undersigned is filling in for review, and that means this guy here, Oli Fedidin, he's a judicial officer. He's only filling in for review and signing duties for the upcoming master family calendars. And he says 2 requests were pending this afternoon. And he says first, in the first case here, the court reviewed and approved Frank White's request for a Zoom appearance for an out-of-state client. Did Frank, did you consult with Aaron about that? Did you ask Aaron? Because Aaron's, before this, he was pro se, right? So you're going to cry about a continuance, but you said, please, can we make Mr. Melton need to appeal by Zoom, please?
What is this? Like, what's going on right now in this video? Let's take a moment. So Sean is to have you believe that there is something wrong with requesting to have a harassment hearing, which are typically not done by Zoom because they want to protect at maximum the privacy of a potential harassment victim. So they tend to have them in person, and they tend to have limited attendance at these types of hearings. Okay. But he filed a harassment restraining order in Stearns County against someone who lives in Las Vegas. And it would be obscenely onerous, especially in 2025, when a Zoom hearing would be fine, to make that person fly from Las Vegas to Minneapolis and then rent a car and drive to St. Cloud, which is an hour away, get a hotel, take on all of this expense. It's silly to do that. And he's like, what are you doing? Why are you talking like a baby? This is frankly fucking retarded content. It's also retarded lawyering. The most reasonable and rational response to this would be to have a remote hearing that is locked down with security, that it doesn't have public Zoom access available. That's the obvious thing to do, because if you can just put a restraining order on anyone across the country and require them to then fly to where you are to undergo massive personal expense and a huge amount of time being taken from them, then you can harass people with harassment restraining orders. You can cause them to undergo financial loss, loss of time. It's very inconvenient. You can do all of that stuff by hauling them into a court that really barely has jurisdiction over them in the first place. But only if they want to oppose having a restraining order that could get them arrested at any time, anywhere in the country. Like this is insane. He's acting like this is weird at all to do. The weird thing would be to not ask for the Zoom hearing. That would be the unprofessional thing. That would be the thing you wouldn't want to do. Again, is Sean this incompetent or is he dishonest? The answer is Sean is dishonest. He may be boring, but he's not incompetent from what I can tell. He's only incompetent when he's intentionally doing so, which is in pretty much anything in regards to me, and now anything in regards to Aaron. He is, I don't know why he is button sucking Aaron. Like, I'm not sure like what his deal with it is, what he finds fascinating about him. Maybe he's mad at me, maybe not. Who knows? But you have to ask, is he's either incompetent, obviously so, or obviously dishonest. And I haven't known him to be incompetent.
I have always thought potentially criminal had retarded legal takes since Depp. I mean, he doesn't even know how to control his own weight. How could he control an analysis?
Just before anybody freaks out, this is just blood orange San Pellegrino. It's just flavored water. There's no it's not like a White Claw or anything. Sometimes when people see these cans, they're like, "Oh my God, is that?" No, this is like flavored water. I don't know, kind of good.
Please, Judge. What a bitch! You ask for something like that, and then you turn around and try to Aaron like that. That's how.
How does that fuck Aaron? No, we don't want to make the hearing go, like, we don't want it to be pushed back at all. Like, that doesn't fuck Aaron. I didn't take out the restraining order. I'm entitled to a hearing. I'm actually supposed to get a hearing within 5 days of requesting it, but, you know, court calendars and such. That's actually another thing that maybe could have gone into the letter. I'm supposed to get this hearing right away. Like, so having it pushed back an additional 5 days actually goes against the statute of what I'm entitled to as a respondent with an HRO. Because again, this has put a legal burden on me that shouldn't exist. It's an unjust legal burden. And I haven't had the opportunity to respond. This hearing is my opportunity to respond to that. But until I get it, I haven't had it. So this has put an undue legal burden on me. Again, why am I conciliatory in this? Don't know. Don't know what purpose I'm supposed to be conciliatory in this, especially when it's so obviously false. It's crazy town. It's crazy town here.
Hey, Blueberry Man, don't baby talk during your stream or everyone is going to call you Blueberry Baby.
Blueberry Baby. What a threat.
You earn a shit reputation. You don't do that. And I would love to know that answer. And if I was Ross Montgomery, I'd be like, wait, Your Honor. Did he consult? Did he consult with Aaron? Now it's like, once again, as I kind of alluded to earlier.
You know what's crazy about this? Sean has done something clever. Francis didn't say that the other attorney didn't consult him. Francis said the other attorney was aware of the opposition and did not note the opposition in his request. Those are two different things. Sean has conflated them into the same thing. There's some matters you confer with the other attorney on. There's some matters you don't have to. Frankly, Aaron's opposition or not to Patrick Melton appearing by Zoom is going to be irrelevant because all of the relevant questions are what is appropriate for a respondent to a legal matter in basically in how venue is exercised. It's not something that's specifically contemplated up until recently, as we have, especially after COVID, when Zoom has become much more prevalent. It's now a ubiquitous option across the country. Zoom is in every courtroom. They're equipped to do this because of COVID. When prior to COVID, you may only have technologically advanced courtrooms that were able to do this on a consistent basis. Now every courtroom in the country can pull off a Zoom hearing. In fact, almost all of them were required to, or all of them probably were required to, once COVID hit and state funds were allocated to make sure that this could happen. But the question is, how onerous is it on the respondent who, remember, the respondents didn't invite this behavior, this legal action, this activity. That's the petitioner. So if it's inconvenient for the petitioner, sometimes too fucking bad. You asked for this. The respondent didn't. The respondent has to respond, or their legal rights are, or their rights and privileges are legally restricted. But Sean conflates these two things. He's used to inflation generally, but conflation happens here. He says that, did he correspond with Aaron? I don't know if he did or not. Like, that's Melton's case. I don't know. But if he didn't, it doesn't matter. And it's not the same thing as having corresponded with opposing counsel, finding out that they are opposed to what you're asking, and not putting that in the letter. Those are different things. Incompetent, maybe. Dishonest, definitely.
Your chat. When you around, people will back. You know what? But Ross is a man who's above that. But Frank deserved to get with here. Yeah. And then here's what happened. He says both respondents in that file and the respondent in this file, so Nick and Melton, are separately represented by Mr. White. In this case, the plaintiff is represented by Mr. Montgomery, and it is unclear as yet whether the plaintiff intends to proceed via self-representation in that file. I'm pretty sure that Montgomery's going to represent them both because it doesn't make much sense otherwise. And the court...
How sure are you of it? Have you talked to Aaron about it?
No, it's that Mr. White had previously requested and been appropriately granted a continuance in the Melton case because of the timing of the originally set hearing conflicted with another matter. Once again, Frank White, you are the biggest in the world. You're going to do this? You're going to sit here and do this, man? Remember, Melton, this is the...
His client asked him to. Yeah, he's going to do it.
Legal acumen and savvy and strategic planning and shit. The guy you hired. Like, you might want to get a new attorney, brother. There's still time. You've got till the 23rd. You got 6 days. You know, like, get that checkbook out, man. I'm sure you can find somebody for some money here real quick. But this is fucking pathetic. This is bitch made. And
he takes appointed defense cases. Calling anybody bitch made, that's going to be a big stretch there. Sean. Calling anybody bitch. First of all, you were a prosecutor. Bitch made by nature. Second of all, you take appointed cases. You're bitch made to the government on a constant basis.
yeah, the judicial officer's right. Now the timing of the July 15th hearing conflicts of the matter for Mr. Montgomery. Respondent's objection, presumably because this date works for his attorney, is not enough to defeat the reasonable request for a limited continuance. Yeah.
That's fine. That's not the reasoning. There's a bunch of other reasoning. Francis could have put it in there, but he didn't. That's okay. I don't really mind that much. I would have preferred to have the hearing on the 15th. 23rd gives us more time to prepare. That being said, the judge's reasoning in this is actually pretty frustrating. Okay. I don't care about Melton's issues in his case in regards to mine. Why is a judge bringing another case in response to my opposition to this continuance request? Why does Melton's case have any bearing on my continuance request? It shouldn't. Legally, it can't, but yet it does. It's like, oh, in a different case for a different client, you did this. The cases are somewhat related only because of the petitioner being the same in both of them. But other than that, like Melton's case is independent of mine. Mine is independent of his. My opposition has nothing to do with whether or not Patrick Melton has to fly across country or not, and has nothing to do with whether or not Francis asked for a continuance in Melton's case. That's crazy. That reasoning by the judge is unsound and unsavory. But that said, like I said, you're almost always going to get granted a continuance. It's not about necessarily having the continuance declined or not. The opposition is noted.
I just can't do it this day, man. Let's pick another day. Given the similarities in issues and parties, this is another important thing here. The court will attempt to set the separate matters on the same date to mitigate confusion and conserve party resources. And that is something that probably should have happened from the start. The court should have probably already been working on this, but yes, consolidating these. Not at the same time, but certainly Nick and Melton are going to go right after each other, from what I understand in the hearings. And
yes, that's what the court decided. But reminder that my HRO is served something like a week before Melton's was. 5 days, 6 days, something like that. And they're not the same thing. What party resources are we conserving here? What party? Because again, like if Francis has to drive out for Melton's case and my case or whatever, like I'm not conserving party resources. I don't know how Melton is conserving party resources. Aaron's not conserving party resources. He has 2 hearings. I have a hearing. Melton has a hearing. How does this conserve party resources in any way? It doesn't.
And it's going to be very interesting because if at any point Melton or Nick blame each other for something, there's going to be a potential for a conflict of interest for Frank White, depending on how these hearings go.
What are Melton or Nick going to blame each other for on an HRO that raises a potential conflict? The matters asserted in the HRO don't overlap between Melton and Nick. Like, I can't blame Melton for Aaron's problems with my tweets. Aaron didn't say Patrick Melton did this in my HRO. He said Nick did this. That's what matters. Again, I'd like incompetence or dishonesty. What are you talking about? He's trying to create the appearance of a conflict where one won't be. Because again, the accused behavior doesn't overlap Melton and me. Like, if Melton and I both went to Stoney's, which we did, right? Like, we both went to Stoney's. There's a picture of us there, okay? Melton being at Stoney's and I being at Stoney's have nothing to do with each other than, like, we both went to Stoney's. Now, we may have agreed to go to Stoney's or whatever, but Aaron's problem with me being at Stoney's can't be that Melton was at Stoney's. That can't be the basis of his HRO. I don't have that level of association with Melton, and like it would require an agency relationship of some kind. And Aaron doesn't allege that I do. So what are you talking about? He's making shit up for the purpose of trying to raise confusion. Again, dishonesty. He's trying to make something out to be improper where no impropriety has occurred. Because he's a liar, just like he lies to himself about his diet.
That could be very interesting. Could be very interesting. We'll see. We'll see. So what do we know in the meantime? So what are the hearing is set for? Nick and Aaron is set for July 23rd at 2 p.m. in a hearing in Stearns County. So please let it be streamed to Zoom. I don't think it will. James Olin says, I can't believe you're wrong, according to so many practicing wine moms. Like I said, I don't know what their deal is. I mean, I said I think Aaron's going to lose. Are they mad about that? I mean, what's their problem that I'm not going to say Daddy Melton?
What, you think Aaron's going to lose? That's an interesting thing to say. Let's watch the next video.
Uber alles, Daddy Nick Uber alles. I mean, I don't know if they understand what that means. That means above everyone else. It's German.
No one asked anybody to do that. Like, what? Where is this coming from? What the fuck is he talking about? This is such a weird thing. Like, he's like, I'm not going to say Patrick Melton and Nick are the greatest people on earth, but nobody asked you to do that. Nobody asked you for any of that. Like, what? Where did that come from? Summarize 19 says, love your heart, enjoy your humor, see your logic. Pray hands. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Girls. I like what more do you want? Like, you can't sit there and argue that they haven't acted like idiots and dickheads in the meantime, too.
You absolutely can. What are you talking about? What idiot dickhead thing have either of us done in the meantime? So he's saying from the issuance of the HRO till now, what idiotic dickhead thing? Melton has barely mentioned Aaron. He's significantly set back his talking about it. I haven't gone on many shows. I think I went on Pretty Antisocial to explain the HRO and to talk about problems with it. But other than that, that's about it. Like, what idiotic dickhead things have we done? Why don't you lay that out? I don't know. Holy shit. Stop. Oh my God. Okay, we'll go to the next video, which is on a little bit more. This is a more recent one. This was 1 day ago. That one was 2 days ago. Now this one's 1 day ago. We'll pull this up. I think he means to stream watching clips of Aaron talking about you. I don't know exactly know what you mean, but like, it doesn't really matter. Not enough wine moms, by the way. Let's get more of those.
Okay. So this is Aaron's.
Kaufman 921 says, will you play any Cooking with Kurt tonight to wind down? I have a plan to look for some content with you guys. Yes. How about that? How about that? The last clip was 11 minutes. It took an hour and 40. Sorry. This one is 8:43. We'll try to get through it pretty quick. Why is he dressed like a Jedi? Holy shit. I didn't notice. Oh. John Jelaine says, how soon do you predict people will be able to remote sue people over the internet with AI law rules? Are you saying like an AI judge? It's really interesting. Okay, so that just got weird wheels in my head. Wheels in my head keep on turning. Right? Like so one of the things you can do instead of a lawsuit, right, is you can always contract for any sort of alternative dispute resolution. Mediation is one of those things. You have arbitration as another one of those options. For example, arbitration is just going through private companies who hire people who sit in judgment by private agreement to basically form a contract. And so arbitrations are given the binding power of law by the agreement of the parties. they agree to the binding arbitration. That's what binds you. And so then you can have basically a private judge. So if it's not a criminal matter, if it's a civil matter, you can arbitrate it. It's theoretically possible that you could create an arbitration system that operates entirely over the internet, privately resolves disputes, binds people by contract, and is judged by an AI. That's pretty wild that you just mentioned that, because I hadn't thought of that as a possibility, but that really is a system that could be built. What you would want to do is you would want to make sure that the AI was open sourced and non-proprietary, that it can be contributed to by, lawyers or whatever. But the difficulty that I could see from a system like that is if you either have to have proprietary curation of the language model that's being used, right? Like of the source material to create a set of rules, or you have to, if you have it completely open source, you run the risk, which I don't like the proprietary aspect of it. If it's open source, you run the risk of anybody being able to sway the model, the AI model, into having particular opinions or coming to particular conclusions by flooding it with information of a certain type or quality or character, or potentially even false information. You could create a convincing legal, a case text. You could create a convincing false case text if you know what you're doing, and feed it into the AI, and the AI would have no ability to discern whether or not it was true, except if it went through all of its other materials and was like, whoa, this isn't cited anywhere, and its citations are all weird. Like you could have the AI try and self-police on that, but you really run the risk of either false information or like a false amount of information being plugged into the model and then influencing its decisions in a certain way. And then how do the people who are using the system, what basis of reliability do they have? One of the amazing things about the U.S. court system is the fact that the common law system exists and is built upon decisions of the past, and that we have all of those decisions, from the early 1800s, at least on. We have those decisions published in a publicly accessible database on Pacer. Also, they're published all over the place. You can check the veracity of a document. You can weigh it against the weight of. Weight must be on my mind. I wonder why. We have Captain Globe over here. But you can weigh it against the weight of history. It's checkable. It's relatively standard. Now, lawyers' jobs are to take the standard that exists, these standard documents and decisions that are, everybody can access, and to then synthesize them in creative ways with other decisions to make a good analogy for why a decision should happen in favor of their client. That's what they're trained to do when you're litigating. That's the whole purpose of it, is to take decisions that are out there and to show the judge why your case fits under the same sort of logic as this other case. And you often have to combine multiple cases, and then that's called synthesis, and then bring those ideas together and say, this is why my analogy is better than the other guy's analogy. The other guy's doing the same thing, just in the opposite direction. And then the winner is the one who most closely resembles to the judge what has happened in the past. That's how common law works. That's how precedent works. Or sometimes they need to create new precedent. They need to break new ground. That's fine too. But you have to show why you need to break new ground, why the existing rulings are incorrect, why they're unconstitutional, why they're unsustainable, whatever it may be, why public policy has changed since they happened. All of those things are ways that you can then go in and try and change for the future what we have decided in the past. All right. But like, if you had an AI system, it's hard to have the same level of reliability that the U.S. court system does, at least on the existence of the source material that's gone into the model, like so to speak. Right? An AI would just be modeling the actual existence of judges and the legal system that we have. And so if you fed in all of prior precedent in all of these cases and was just like, yeah, try and be as faithful to the original thing as possible. I mean, it would be something you could do, but that's where I see the biggest pitfalls is like, how does the public build reliability on the system? Kaufman 921 says, search your feelings, Nick. You know Sean ate all the food. This guy is a catastrophe of humanity. Like, he is so big. I don't think anybody truly realizes it. Like, I'm curious, like, how tall he is and stuff. I have no idea. But like, I have seen pictures like this angle, this like low shoulder angle or whatever, where he only shows the top. It's like the iceberg in the fucking Titanic movie. What happens below the cutoff of the screen down here? What happens down here is not good. It is not good. It's not good. It is not good. Just like the southern border of the United States, the southern border of the screen is hiding a lot of garbage, a lot of trash. Like, there are pictures of him from some different angles, and it's like, whoa, whoa. Sorry, this started with Jedi robes, and I'm fucking dying because I didn't notice it first. What's his collar doing? Is it getting eaten, subsumed into his neck rolls? Like, what's happening?
Oh, let's see here. Here we go. Okay. So this is Aaron's, like, and once again, for all you Mongoloids out there, I still think Aaron's going to lose.
Well, at least he's talking to the Mongoloids.
The reason he's dressed like a Jedi is because he needs bed sheets to make clothes for his planet-sized ass.
Oh my gosh. It's like, how did they make that robe for him? Actually, he just got catapulted through a blanket that was hanging on a laundry line. It just draped over him like that forever. Drop Barracuda says, AI law will take off as soon as we can make sweet love to it. Amen. I can't wait. I can't wait. Nicholas says, why are you not been on my guy MLS's show for Lego Fun? Val will be there. I'm usually just not available when they do it. Plus, I don't have my desk set up to do Legos right now. So I'd have to get a different camera set up in a different area. It's just a pain. It's just a pain. Plus, it's funnier to make Valhalla not ever get that.
So I don't know how much more clear to say that. I still think he is going to lose, especially against Nick. I still think he loses.
Because of my big arms.
Merely because Nick is Kayla's husband and Kayla is the victim of the case that Aaron is the defendant on. I guess I'll...
Oh, did you put that together? What, that he filed a retaliatory HRO and it's really fucking obvious? And that might be a violation of his release conditions? That this is an exceedingly stupid thing to do? Like, I have held off on on any legal actions that I could take against Aaron because I held off at first because he was a potential witness in my case. And I just didn't want any appearance, even the appearance of witness influencing or tampering. Not at all. I certainly didn't want to leverage a legal system against him. I had everything I needed to completely discredit him in my criminal case if we went to trial and he was a witness. I didn't need any legal action to do so. I would have much preferred he not commit a crime against my wife. Like, that would be a nice thing to have not happened. That would be great. But he did that. He did that. And she reported the crime. Now, he has said a million times that, like, I am the driving force of that and that it was me and that she wouldn't have reported the crime. Frankly, fuck you on that one because you made someone into a victim and then you sat there and cheapened their victim status and pretended it was something else than what you did, all while claiming you're accepting accountability and responsibility for your actions, which he wasn't doing at all. But, that said, I didn't want that to happen. I didn't want any other thing complicating my case. And so I was originally having to wait until my case was over. Well, in the intervening time, the intervening time between my case being over or whatever, we now have this other thing, which has now been pushed back to October 2nd, in which I and Lady Rackets are potentially state witnesses against him. So I still don't really, and he also, as a defendant, is a potential witness. So I still don't want to engage in any sort of legal jousting or anything. I don't want to I want these matters resolved before anything else happens. But the amount of things that I could have done in this time, wise or unwise, in regards to legal actions against him it's a long list, right? Like there could be a whole bunch of stuff. I didn't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I don't want to be in litigation against this person while there are pending criminal matters that, that are important to resolve. I don't want to do that at all.
I'll say it again, but I'm sure they won't get this.
Kate says this was a violation of his release. I don't know that. I don't know that it's a violation of his release, but it is retaliatory, and he has plenty of statements surrounding this HRO that suggests that it was retaliatory. Taking an HRO out against the husband of your victim it's not a legally wise decision. Sean's basically saying that right now. He's like, he'll lose, especially against Nick, because of this. But the reality is he's going to lose against me because his HRO doesn't have the substance to sustain itself. Like, that's the reality of what's going on. That's why he'll lose his HRO against me. It's not because there's a pending criminal matter. That doesn't matter. I'm not a party in that case. I'm not a party in that case. And if he genuinely had some reason to fear me or whatever, and he needed a restraining order because I was making threats or because I was doing harassing behavior, then that would be completely different. The problem for him is I'm not. Talking about someone is not harassment. If you talk about someone and then find a way to make them listen to it against their knowledge or will, like you trick them into listening to it, you send someone and then that person brings it up and makes it like watch or listen or whatever, that would be harassment. Like you're then reaching into their lives. Speaking out into the void is not harassment in and of itself. Now, if you're restrained, before anybody jumps on this, he has release conditions that say he cannot talk about a certain person. In that case, if you just talk about them, then you are violating your existing restraining order. But we're talking about harassment restraining orders and what he would have to show to maintain his harassment restraining orders. And I'm not restrained from talking about him. Even under the order, I'm not. So, these are very different circumstances. And if there were competent and honest people talking about them, this wouldn't be confusing to anyone.
This far into the stream, so who knows? No, Sean says no. It just means another win for the toe. Yes, that's all they hear. That's all they hear me say. Because I didn't go, I love Daddy Patrick Melton. I love Daddy Nick Ricada. Huh? Unless you say that, they don't understand what you're saying. All right, but what do we have here, chat? This is the petitioner's exhibit list, and this is what you got to do. You got to provide exhibits. You got to say, here's what we're doing, Your Honor.
Brittany Court says, Kurt once said he would take action against me for harassment for disagreeing with his legal analysis in chat. For real. I believe it. He's kind of a spurg. DS says, is Baldo still sponsoring you? WTF. No, that company, I mentioned this before, but I know not everybody sees everything because of how YouTube works. That company was actually seized by the UK government. I believe there were some tax debt issues, and they seized ownership of the company and I believe the patents. Prior to that happening, he had sent out a message offering basically to sell the company. I got one of those messages. I was offered to buy, like I could have bought the Baldo company, all of the intellectual property rights. I wanted to. I thought it would be hilarious. I don't know if that shit could be profitable, but the company was going at a fire sale rate. It was going very inexpensive. And again, I think there was effectively like a tax bill that he had to cover. And I think the amount that he was asking for the company would basically have covered it, and allowed the company to live on, even though he wasn't running it. At the time, I had recently been arrested, and I was not working, and my income was kind of crippled. Making a large purchase like that was not reasonable. But damn, I wanted to. It would have been so fucking funny to have that. Kaufman says, also, people came after Nick's wife and his children. As far as I'm concerned, he has every right to be pissed and to make fun of every motherfucking one of them. Friggin' mud-sniffing she-hogs. Drop Barracuda says, the UK is tying up Baldo technology for themselves. I hear they have oil over there. Yeah, that's the funny thing. So now these patents, I saw a product list of future innovations because that company was their patent was so strange. Their patent was on basically they owned the exclusive UK patent anyway on products which enhance the ability to insert testicles into an orifice. Like, I don't know who came up with this. I mean, I do know. I talked to him. The guy was pretty funny. But like, I don't know why like that was on his mind. I asked him one of the first communication I got from him. I was like, hey man, I just got to ask, like, is this a joke? Like, is your company, like, is this real? And he says, no, not a joke at all. We just really want you to fuck people with your balls. And I was like, I like this guy. That's the funniest way you could say that. So like they had a patent that was exclusive to that, and they had a bunch of pending products. Like I'm not allowed to say what they all were, but I went through the document. I was like, this is unreal. Like, this can't be happening. Like, this shouldn't exist. But it's so funny to me. But yeah, so now none of that's gonna ever come to fruition, I guess. DS says, tough beat, just use rubber bands. Oh man. Okay, here we go.
A bunch of NLO messages. Now, this is kind of vague, but
Drop Barracuda says, society said balls deep. He dared to say no. All right. So what we're looking at, what Sean is looking at, is the exhibit list. Now, there are problems with this exhibit list. Straight out the gate, like, this stuff is non-specific. Like, these, it just says Patrick Melton post November 13th, 2024. Like, how many? That one, of course, I picked the. Oh, that's weird. That's the most complicated one on there is number 6. We'll just read number 7. Patrick Melton X post, June 24th, 2025. What, did he only make one? One post that day? Like, which one is it? This one doesn't actually say. I know that, like, I looked up my May 10th post. May 10th, 2025, item number 3. And I looked on May 10th and I have like 10 or 11, I have like 10 or 11 posts that day. It's just like, okay, which one? I have to guess, I guess. Lily Smith says, is Sean dating Aaron now? I don't know. I have no idea. You know, what they do is up to them. I think it's beautiful. So we're looking at the exhibit list. Sean is basically correct. You have to tell the other person, like, you have to tell the other party what's going on, whatever. There really aren't many surprises in court. Paul E123 says, Nick, did you submit an evidence list? No, not yet. No, not yet. But see, here's the thing with HROs, like evidence lists tend to come in. These things happen so fast from a legal calendar standpoint. Evidence lists come in, right before the actual hearings. So no, and I have not submitted one yet, but one will be submitted when it's appropriate to do so. But I thought you were ready on the 15th. No, we got the extension happened. We knew we would have to be ready on the 15th. We could have been ready on the 15th if the hearing was going to occur, but the hearing didn't occur. So you take the extra time and you use it. I said just a bit ago that, gives me more time to prepare. I get fine. Could we have gone on the 15th? If we needed to, yes. That would have required me to then do some, gathering and prepping with my attorney, this exhibit list earlier than I now have to. It's a hard concept. I know that if you have to make dinner by 4 p.m. because that's when dinner's going to be, and someone says, hey, you don't have to make dinner till 7 p.m. Then you don't you could have made dinner and had it ready by 4, but now you don't have to. So you don't start cooking at 3 to have dinner ready by 4. You start cooking at 6 to have dinner ready by 7. I hope that helps clarify what that means.
Who knows what that means? NLO November 9th Twitter post, or Ricada Twitter post, a bunch of Twitter posts, June 29th, 2020.
This is really weird. So this is his exhibit list in my case. Right. It says Aaron Imholtz HRO exhibits. This was the one in my case. And why are Melton's posts on mine? That's really, this one's really funny. For example, number 12, Patrick Melton's stream, June 28th, 2025. Nick won't be involved in killing Aaron. Cool. Why is my why would you put that on my HRO? That doesn't help your case at all. That says I won't be involved in the killing of Aaron. If I won't be involved, then what are we even talking about? Why are you putting that on your exhibit list? But this looks like a combined exhibit list that if I'm not mistaken, he used the exact same one for Melton.
25. From the Crackada Twitter page.
Yeah, why this one's amazing. Number 6, from the Crackada Twitter page, and then it says Patrick Melton X post, November 13th, 2024. So what? Those are two people who aren't me and aren't Aaron. So what are we doing here? What do the statements of 2 third parties have to do with me being a reasonable threat to Aaron?
Patrick Melton's post, a bunch of Twitter posts, the Nick Ricada stream post service of the ex parte order, the Patrick Melton stream where Nick wished.
So it's got 0 minutes and 0 seconds, or 0 hours and 0 minutes, don't know, to 0:34. So that could be 34 minutes or 34 seconds in. It's not really clear, but either so. So I guess it's the first 34 minutes of it. Curious, very curious what they think is in there that is violative of the order, or is so this is weird. So his evidence list of why he requested the order involves a stream post service of the order. Okay. But that happened after your request. So how does that relate to your request for protection? I don't get it.
Wishes death. Yeah, that's gonna, once again, that's Brilliant, you guys did all that shit on stream.
Wish is death. Wishing death is not a threat. Under any legal analysis, wishing death on someone is not a threat. It's protected speech. You can wish everyone to die. You can wish anyone to die. You're allowed to have that opinion and give it voice. It's not popular a lot of times. Say, you know what? I wish that person was dead. But wishing death is not a threat. True threats in Minnesota actually have a substantial amount of case law around them, and it mirrors largely the First Amendment case law that exists around true threats, unprotected speech. A true threat is a threat to commit a physical act of criminal violence against someone. The act has to be clearly and unambiguously criminally violent. It can't be a vague notion of, I'm going to hurt you. It has to be specific. I'm going to punch you in the face. I'm going to break your arms. I'm going to, stab you in the stomach. Those are criminal acts that are specific and obvious from the statement themselves. They're not idiomatic. They're not colloquial. They're not ambiguous about their meaning. If they're ambiguous about their meaning, typically courts will defer to the non-threatening hearing of the speech. And the reason is because we have a fucking goddamn First Amendment. This is not hard. We've had it for a long time. It kind of kickstarted the country in a lot of ways. But you have that First Amendment. So the speech has to be a true threat. Otherwise, it's protected. And the government doesn't get to intervene on speech alone. The reason a true threat is not protected speech is because a true threat is intended to convey fear or apprehension of imminent physical harm in the listener. That's what it's intended to do. Whether or not it doesn't actually matter. It's whether a reasonable person would reasonably interpret it to be intended to do so in this way, based on the totality of circumstances under which the statement is made. Like, if you make a statement, I want your French fries, that's just saying, I want your French fries. If you make the statement, I want your French fries, and you point a gun at someone, I want your fucking French fries, that's a little bit different, right? There's an action that's associated with the speech that we now can say, this is meant to cause apprehension in the other person. That becomes an assault. But wishing death on someone is not that. You can wish death on everybody. I wish death on lots of people. Really painful deaths, horrible deaths. Rosie O'Donnell, she's killing all of us anyway with her bad comedy and worse smell. I'd wish death on Kathy Griffin, but he's already there. Clearly they're in a relationship.
The stream where Nick says he won't be involved in killing Aaron. Nick's live stream post-service of the ex parte order.
Again, so wait, did I say that? So I said I won't be involved in the killing of Aaron? How would that possibly be a threat? Like, what? I won't be involved in the killing of Aaron. Oh, man, how threatening is that? It's not, like, it's obviously the opposite of a threat. What the fuck?
They're just doing all this. Nick's live stream regarding the HRO. Nick and Melton live stream post HRO. Nick Ricada and Patrick Smelton. It says Smelton.
Wait. Nick Ricada and Patrick Melton live stream post HRO June 26. My HRO was June 26. Yes, Patrick Melton's HRO was not on June 26, but I wasn't served that HRO on June 26. He petitioned for it on June 26. So you can call it post HRO, but I had no knowledge of the order. I had not been served yet. So you can't use the existence of the HRO against me at the time that I'm doing a live stream until it's been served upon me.
February 28, 2025 live stream. They're going all out, chat.
That's going all out. That's his amazing analysis of Sean here. They're going all out, chat. Okay, I guess they're going all out. What, with with these vague references to live streams in which no threats were ever made.
Hold on here. Which direction do we go?
The
Hackamania live stream. Yep, that is going to be used.
For what? For what? The Hackamania live stream. Aaron created a video, participated at Hackamania. He participated at Hackamania. He made fun of everybody. He made fun of me, called us all gay or whatever. Perfectly fine. He participated in Hackamania. He was invited to. He accepted the invitation. You don't get to then go, like, they were making fun of me at a conference. Like, didn't you send a video in to participate in that conference? Well, yeah. Why didn't you say no? Drop Barracuda says, imagine the chaos if those were retroactive. Plead the Fifth says, it's only because Vito charmed him into it. I know that's a lie. Vito can't charm himself into anything. Otherwise, it'd be a bunch of violated children.
I don't know how well it's going to work, but yeah, Patrick Melton's live stream. The live stream comments about the minor child. Yeah, like talking about her being a cup holder and shit. I'm sure the judge is going to be thrilled about that.
It doesn't matter if the judge is thrilled about that or not. That is not restraining order material. So a lot of people have made a big mess, and I really have wanted to talk about this because it's kind of fucking important in regards to analyzing this. He's like, a judge isn't going to like that. A judge doesn't like most things that are said by people in the court. Like, that's why they're in court, right? But that's not a legal basis for a judgment from a judge or a ruling or an order being granted. Aaron got a temporary restraining order against Patrick Melton that includes Aaron's oldest minor child, based on comments or jokes, if you're sane, that Patrick Melton has made about said minor child. But it's not if the jokes make Aaron uncomfortable and cause Aaron mental anguish. That would be Aaron getting a restraining order against Melton for his own mental anguish. Getting a restraining order that includes protecting the child is going to require a showing that the child has undergone mental anguish, or that Patrick Melton intended the child to undergo mental anguish with the comments. How are you going to do that? Because why is the child aware in any way of any comment made by Patrick Melton about the child? That would have to be explored and explained in court. You're going to have to explain how the child became exposed to the comment in the first place when Patrick Melton has never communicated with this child. He has never talked to this child in any way. He doesn't have the ability that I know of, at least. And if he does, roast him. Like, literally put him on a spit and roast him until he's dead. Like, fuck him. If he was actually reaching out and contacting this child to cause her mental anguish, then he'd be a monster that would deserve every bad thing that happens to him. Except that's not happening. That's obviously untrue. So what they're going to have to do is show how that child is undergoing mental anguish. And the primary fucking question is, how did she become aware of these comments? Did you tell her about them? Like, did you show her the video clip? Like, what the fuck are you doing if that's the case? Restraining orders are about the party requesting the restraining order or whom the order is designed to protect. An order designed to protect the minor child of Aaron means that the minor child has to be experiencing the harassment. Not Aaron, not Ashley, not Ashley's husband, Balin. Ashley is Aaron's 1st wife, who's the mother of the minor child in question. Them being distressed from comments made by Melton does not mean that there is a restraining order against that a restraining order against Melton on behalf of the child will stand. Camelot. Hey, what's up, buddy? How you doing? This is the thing that's crazy. Like, again, legal analysis, a serious legal analysis of this issue by Sean would have talked about this, but he doesn't because he's dishonest. He's dishonest over and over and over, openly dishonest. I'd say nakedly, but then you'd think about him naked and you'd all die.
I wish Aaron stubs his toe on a coffee table every day, gets a paper cut on his dick every week, and suffers from 3 sexual diseases. Sue me, bitch.
Lily Smith says, but ChatGPT is leftist, lies about Trump. What if the AI judge was leftist and and didn't judge fairly? Right. That's the thing I was talking, or that's similar to what I was talking about. How would the consumers who are agreeing to, enter into the system, how are they to rely on the system? Like what's their method of reliability? How do they do that? Ice Dancer says, can Jimmy Johns file an HRO against Sean? Like, we're always out of pickles. We're always out. He won't let us restock.
And maybe, nothing happens, but he's going to have to squirm and explain why that's okay. And the judge is going to be like, I don't think it's funny.
But he doesn't. Sorry, Judge. Yeah. He's going to have to explain why that's okay. No, he won't have to explain why it's okay. Aaron will have to explain why it's not. That's a big difference. And it's a much harder thing to do. Just because a joke
is... love bingers? Where is the law pope and unbreaded? Why don't you work normally hours?
Which normally hours? Do you mean my normal hours? Or do you mean like, why don't I work normal hours during the day? I'm busy all day. Pretty much every day. I just am. It's working on getting back away from that. But for now, I'm just busy all day, every day. So I stream at night when I have time. And I'm streaming kind of at the limit of the amount of time that I have as well to do so even at night. I wanted to stream yesterday. I was just exhausted because I was on 3 or 4 days in a row of like 3 hours of sleep. And yeah, I just needed some rest. Mr. K says, sent you a Twitter DM with a picture of the beach ball. He makes Kurt look thin, potentially blueberry, has back titties that match Kurt's stomach. Ew! I must see this immediately. No. No. Is this real? I mean, they say it's from his Eclipse live stream. So that would mean that, this is verifiable. I can't independently verify this because I haven't seen it, but this person claims that this is a picture of Sean from his Eclipse live stream. Is that real? Like, that cannot. Whoa! 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 Holy fucking orbits, Batman. I don't know, man. Like, so this hasn't been edited? Someone says the chair looks distorted, but like, I mean, that chair would, any chair forced to hold that mass would be distorted. I would think something. Oh my gosh. Look, so I know this picture of him is true. Hold on, let me see if I can. Holy fuck, that's a big bitch. What did I just fucking type this as? Oh, there it is. This is an avalanche of a man. Right? So this is. So like, I mean, I think I could buy that other picture is him. This is an older like picture of him. Let me see when. Sean Martin is county's assistant prosecutor. So this is from when he worked for the government way back in 2020. Sean Martin is the newest addition to the Ashtabula County Prosecutor's Office. Let's take a look at this. This is interesting to me. Do you guys know that? You guys know that based anti-government Sean Martin was a county prosecutor, hired newly as recently as 2020? Wow. Super based anti-government attorney.
Sean needs the My 600-Pound Life. Doctor immediately.
Martin comes on board. Ew, poor board. Stop doing that to that board. As an assistant prosecutor in the office of newly appointed Ashtabula County Prosecutor Cecilia Cooper, replaced Nicholas Iorochi, who won the election as Conneaut Municipal Judge in November. Martin is a 2008 graduate of Bowling Green University. As a ball, really. And 2013 graduate of the University of Toledo Law School. He said he was a part-time law student while working a third shift job. He said he completed school in August of 2013, took the bar exam in February of 2014, and started working as a private attorney in May of 2014. I did a lot of criminal defense work, Martin said. In 2018, I went to the Champaign County's prosecutor's office. Martin said he wanted to get back to Northeastern Ohio, was excited about working in a larger community. It's an opportunity to work in a larger court system, Martin said. Having worked on both sides of the court system is beneficial, Martin said. Mind you, beneficial for his job working for the government as a prosecutor. Great. I think that is where prosecutor's office, I'm able to make the most impact. Nope. Actually, we can objectively prove that wrong. You make the most impact every day when you step out of bed. Hitting the ground, there's craters next to your bedside. That's where the most impact is made. Don't you dare take that away from your poor floorboards. You can do what you can to make the area a better place. He's just going to prosecute all the people. I still have family and friends in the area, Martin said. Martin said he looks forward to working with Cooper. In the fall, things may get a bit interesting around the courthouse. I'm a Michigan fan, he said. We're very excited to have Sean join our office as an assistant prosecutor. He has been both an assistant prosecutor and a defense attorney, which is very helpful when you're evaluating the strengths and weaknesses of a case. His experience in the courtroom was an important factor in our decision to hire him. We were looking for someone who is ready to take over a full caseload without much orientation, and Sean is that person, Cooper said. It's pretty interesting. He always represented himself, as far as I could tell, as someone who's opposed to government and like a base defense attorney. It turns out,
a bunch of NLO shit. I don't know what this means. Nobody likes Onion.
what do you mean there's more than one photo? Oh my God, there are. Thanks for pointing that out. The camera ran out of megapixels on this one, but wow. He's bigger now. Dude, there's gotta be something wrong with this photo. Like there's Bulldozer 74 says, I tried to watch his streams a few times, but he breathes so loudly. Why are they always out of breath? Thinking of Snickers no time. Dude, their body is. Do you know how much work it is? Do you know how much work it is to like heaving that chest? Lifting an arm. I mean, dude, his arm has to be 65, 70 pounds. The amount of weight, when people get massive, it's hard to fathom how fucking big they are. But you saw Kurt, right? Like we watched the last stream I did, we watched Kurt at the gym for just a second, right? He's doing 500-pound leg presses. And like, criticize his technique all you want, but he hammers out those 500-pound leg presses. But that's because Kurt standing up is a fucking 400-pound leg press or whatever. Like, this is so big. These guys are huge. There is significant muscle under there. The shoulders of a man with an arm that weighs as much as that.
I hate you rackets because your cocaine diet plan allowed you lose the weight my potentially criminal fat ass never could. I hate you rackets for banging more box than my potentially criminal fat ass ever could. Can I smell your fingers?
No, you'll eat them. Stay away. Holy shit. But like, these are big people. Like, it again, bigness at a level that until you think about it, you're like, oh yeah, that's just a fat guy. Oh yeah, he may weigh 400 pounds. Like, okay, he weighs 400 pounds. Think about how much his extremities have to weigh in that case. It's crazy amounts of weight there.
Does Sean need a forklift driver? Because I am available for $20 an hour. Also, YouTube is the biggest of binges and nibbles on Flaccid Smokies for not letting me post jokes about fat people.
YouTube is the biggest of bingers and nibbles on Flaccid Smokies. Holy shit. Holy shit. Whew. Okay, here we go. Back to this. We gotta get back to this.
Because it's on 20, so it's a separate thing, like what date and time. YouTube videos, I think that's a little vague. And any and all exhibits identified by respondent. Now that's a fair one you do there. Anything you're going to introduce, I'm going to use. So they reserve the right.
Yeah. Yeah.
To introduce other exhibits as necessary for rebuttal evidence due to presented at trial. And also, chat, remember, impeachment evidence does not have to be disclosed because you don't know you're going to need it until there's, untruthfulness. So the petitioner's witness list. Ashley LaRue, that is Aaron's ex-wife, I believe. I don't know.
Yes.
And Gosh, or Gotch, or Gotch, or Gooch. Slam piece. Any and all witnesses named by Nick. Aaron himself.
Again, so here's the crazy thing. What on earth are Ashley and Ann going to testify to in regards to me? The only time I've ever spoken to Ann, because I've never met her in person, was when she messaged me on Instagram. That's right. Ann followed me on Instagram and sent me a message on Instagram. I didn't reach out to Ann. I didn't do any of that. She reached out to me and sent me a message. I responded to Ann on Instagram. Otherwise, I've had no contact with her and don't know her. Ashley LaRue, I've never spoken to in my entire life. So what is Ashley LaRue or Ann going to testify to in regards to Aaron's fear of me? What are we going to do here?
Himself and Nick. Now we have the same thing for Patrick Melton. It literally doesn't change anything there. The same stuff, the exact same things here for Melton's case.
MLS says Nick has Instagram. He is gay. Yes. Why? How do you not know this by now? God, keep up.
So we'll see what happens. Like I said, I don't think it's going to work. I think they're probably going to do they're going to do the good college try on it. I'm sure it'll be a nice try, but it's just not going to work. It's just not going to work. Couldn't they call Cheeto and the boxing coach? They could, but they're not. I don't know why they're not. I don't know why.
You don't know why they're not? You don't know why they're not? Are you serious? What are they going to testify to that will help Aaron show why he is afraid? What are Cheeto and the boxing coach going to testify to that would show why Aaron is afraid? They're going to coach Scott. They're going to bring him in there and be like, what happened? He'll be like, well, these two guys came into the gym. It was a closing time. They asked if they could talk to me and ask a few questions. We had a good conversation. It was really nice and amicable. The fine chaps. Kind of a weird situation. Oh, man. How does that help? How does that help at all? Even Cheetos, the owner of Stoney's, going to be like, yeah, they came by this time. All right, what happened? Well, they sat around, they bought drinks, they paid for the drinks, and eventually I called that one guy a pedophile and kicked him out. Why? He tried to buy a hat. Was Aaron there? No. Did they ask for him? No. Did they say, when will he be here? No. Like, what are you going to do? I don't know why they haven't called him. Think through it. Think through it for a second. I know all the fucking adipose tissue interferes with your neurons' ability to interact with each other, but let's pretend that you don't have autistic socially awkward neurons and they actually want to touch the other neurons. Let's figure out why on earth there isn't a single person on that witness list that would make any sense to actually help Aaron. Oh, it's because the HROs are baseless. Because going to public businesses and asking questions of a person, even about someone specific, isn't illegal, especially doubly so when you are someone who reports on the news about said person, and triply so when that person's actions are a national news story. What are we doing? Asia Frazier says, off topic, but did you ever teach your kids to duck? D-U-C-K? Watch your knees. The arrows are coming. It's crossbow time, baby. XMMM says, not even months ago, Aaron was saying Sean was going to ref a Twister competition at his anniversary show. That's real. That is real. I don't know how much of it was serious, but he definitely said that. I'm still pissed off. First of all, he calls it naked twister. Wrong. It was strip twister. Strip twister is different than naked twister. Naked twister is everybody's naked and you play twister. Strip twister is everybody is clothed and you start playing twister. And each round, whoever loses, whoever falls first, has to remove an article of clothing. It's fun. It's a blast. You could even play it without getting naked. Like you could play strip twister and just have everybody in like, some sort of plain underwear or like a swimsuit. If you don't want it to be lewd, it's still fun to play. Like it's a fun game. It's also really fucking hard because when you're old and you play Twister, you're like, oh my God, this is a hard workout. Strip Twister is a blast. I recommend everybody try it. Try it with your best friend and your mom. Nakadashi Tomodachi says, so you, your wife, and Aaron played Strip Twister. Yes, and April. It was fun. In fact, well, I don't know if anybody ever like actually got down to nude in that. I was trying. It's a tiring game. Twister is made not for big people. Plead the fifth. He's like, what should I say to this? No, I was trying to remember. Like, I genuinely don't remember if anybody got naked. Like, I've talked about Strip Twister a million times. It was fun. It's a blast. One person got really pouty about it and was like, I don't want to be naked, and ran off. Quit playing. Here I was knocking people down, trying to get their clothes off. Like, I don't understand why this is hard to understand.
Why they're not. You'd think you'd want to bring in Cheeto to say he tried to, he had to kick these people out. But yeah, Cheetos didn't want to be there. We don't know.
Were you trying to get yourself naked, Nick? I am always trying to get myself naked. Like it's my preferred state of being. It's just that there's many places where that's not appropriate, obviously, and I'm not going to do that. Drop Barracuda says left ball, pink hole. No, bad Drop Barracuda. Bad.
No. Given the hearing is only 30 minutes, does this have to be presented in court? Yes. They got 30 minutes to knock this out. I think that's why I think they're really going to focus. Like if Aaron's ex-wife's coming in, they're really going to hammer on the kids shit for Melton.
Terrible plan. Terrible plan. What are you going to do? Unless the child is getting therapy for the comments of Melton, bringing in the ex-wife is legally irrelevant because she can't testify that she is having a problem with the jokes or the statements. She has to testify that the daughter is. All right. Once you do that, the obvious question, How's the daughter seeing this stuff? Why isn't the daughter testifying? Why is the minor child listed on the witness list? That minor child is old enough to testify competently in court. So why aren't they there? Why aren't they talking about it? What mental anguish? How has this child seen a single thing Melton has said at all? First of all, he doesn't talk about her that much. Second of all, he doesn't talk about her negatively. Obviously, he would talk negatively as a subset of talking about her at all. And it's significantly less. Okay, so what mental anguish? How is
the only thing that twists on Sean is his stomach after 40 chalupas.
40? That's just a warm up. You know, Mexican food has some of the funniest names. Like, that shit sounds fattening.
Burn it down. I think that's what they're going to hammer on. I don't think it's going to be enough. I don't think it's going to be enough at the end of the day. Karen says, with this change of the toe, they said they were domestic lovers and partners. Like I said, I think that's a very interesting gambit to run. I don't think it.
No. No, the legal standard is still the same, is the answer. But also, he would have to lie to get there. That would be a big problem. He would have to lie about like the nature of our relationship to do that. Nakadashi Tomodachi says, so Aaron's young kid has to testify. The Melton saying he would use her like a cup holder. Are you listening to yourself? No, that's not what she would have to testify to. But if you're saying that she needs an order of protection, then either you need to testify about her mental anguish, which becomes difficult with hearsay objections, or she has to come in and testify, yes, about why she's experiencing mental anguish. And then again, on cross-examination, you're like, are you listening to yourself? Are you listening to yourself? Are you suggesting that, like, I can say, you know what? My kids are all really depressed about things that people are saying online, and that I could restrain them, that I can employ the courts to restrain them online without any examination or cross-examination of either me as a representative of that child, depending on their age, or the child, depending on their age, like if they're old enough to competently talk. And again, how are they being exposed to this material? How do they know that this joke occurred? What happened? And the obvious answer is going to be, well, I showed them or I told them about it. Why in fuck are you doing that? Why in fuck are you showing your child a thing which will cause them mental anguish that they don't need to know? They don't need to know that there's a man online who said something mean or gross about them at some point. Like, they don't need to know that. Bringing that to them makes no sense. There's nothing, they don't have agency to do anything about it. But if you're asking to restrain someone to protect someone else, then the person being protected has to have a protectable interest. And I don't understand why this is a hard concept for you to get right now. Aaron being uncomfortable with the jokes that Melton makes doesn't mean that the child needs to be protected. That would mean Aaron would argue that the jokes about the child are meant to cause him mental anguish. That would be the perfectly rational argument to take. The problem Aaron has is that he said over and over that this is all pretend shit. None of this matters. None of this is real. It's just words on the internet. He's a public figure. You can say anything you want about him. He has a litany going back over a year of how thick-skinned he is, how anybody is welcome to criticize him or make fun of him or talk about anything. That's his problem. Just trying to ham-fist it in with, going for an emotional pull that works at the intro. It doesn't work once the person gets to respond and they get to ask the question, and first of all, show your fucking bills. You notice what's not on that list, right? Is therapy bills for the minor child. Why not? Where are those? What the fuck are you doing? You're going to claim mental anguish. How are you going to show it? You're going to say, are you going to just bring a parent in and say, oh, they're experiencing mental anguish? Why? How? How do they know? Kaufman says, Tamagotchi loves Aaron and get out of my spot. I'm number 1. No, you're number 3. You better try a lot harder.
Is it Aaron's gonna have to come out and admit I'm a big old? If Aaron came out Aaron admits to being a big, like,
he already did that.
That's a hell of an argument. You know, you are literally incinerating your entire life to win the HRO. I don't think the juice is worth the squeeze there. Jefferson says, what additional factors would be needed? Well, they would need to show that they're being harassing in nature towards Aaron. I just think there's going to be the circumstances surrounding it where the magistrate or the judge is going to be torn, especially on the ones where Nick is speaking out against the man who victimized his wife in a crime. You know, that's going to be a tough one to say he can't do that.
Yep.
If that makes any sense. I think that's, like I said, I think that's what's going to kill Aaron's case. What about Gino and Keith?
You think? How about a literal year of him boastfully and hubristically saying whatever he wanted, including very inflammatory and very defamatory statements about me, my wife, my kids, my parents, everybody in my life. He's just spent a year trashing all of it. And then he's going to come out and be like, this guy's a threat to me. How? I've sat here relatively silent relative to the amount he has spoken. You're into hagamania. Yeah, so what? And did what? Made fun of you? Of course. You said I could. You said everybody could. My response was not to get my wife to file a police report. She asked me how to file a police report.
Geeky. They're not bringing them. Yeah, they're calling a lot of people. That's what.
What about Gino and Kiki? That would go over really well. And again, here's the whole thing. What are they witness to? This is actually where I'm going to say that in good faith that Sean is just not thinking through the legal strategy here. Gino and Kiki can only be witness to Aaron through statements that Aaron would make to them. Those statements would be barred as hearsay. One, Aaron's available as a witness declarant, and he can make those statements in court. Like, he can testify to it. Two, statements are admissible as hearsay only when they are against the party's interest. So Aaron can't bring someone else in to say what Aaron told them. Like, so he can't bring in Gino and Kiki to be like, yeah, Aaron called me. He's crying. He's really rough because of mean things that Nick tweeted or something. Like, he can't do that. Aaron would have to just testify to it. And that's also, it's more judicially efficient. It's more believable. It's easier. It saves a lot of time. Each witness you put on the stand, you're going to have to lay foundation as to why they're there in the first place, why they know about this, what knowledge do they have, what's their relationship to this whole situation, etc. Why are they there talking? That's going to take time. This is a 30-minute hearing for Melton, probably 30 minutes for me too. Although maybe we'll get an hour. I don't know. But the court doesn't have time to have you with all these witnesses. In fact, having Ashley and Ann there is going to soak up a ton of time. Like, if they call them, they may not call them at all, but it's a huge waste when the main figure here is Aaron coming in and saying, I feel threatened. I feel scared because. That's what he has to do. Bringing in Ashley and Ann doesn't make sense. It makes way less sense in my case. It can maybe make sense in Melton's case, but it's bad legal strategy because, again, what are they going to testify to? Oh, the child feels this way. The moment you say the child feels this way, you have to say how and why the child is exposed to any of these things. And that means that if just let's logic game this real quick. If hearing these things is specifically damaging to her, and Melton is merely speaking into the void, but Aaron or Anne or Ashley are bringing these statements to their child which is causing mental anguish, then the person that they need protection from would be Aaron, Anne, or Ashley, because they're the ones actually exposing them to the statement that is causing them harm. The statement's existence without the knowledge of the person doesn't cause them harm. Like, not in an HRO sense, right? Like, if someone makes a statement about me right now, like that I don't hear, I can't be threatened by that statement. I can be damaged. I can be defamed. Like, there's a whole bunch of stuff that could happen that is legally actionable even. But from an HRO perspective, I have to be threatened. I have to experience anguish from what is said. If I don't hear it, I can't do that. So you have this huge legal problem. Huge legal problem with how this plays out. And this just isn't talked about in this stream. And that's a real fucking shame.
Oh, Josh is saying that Aaron needs to push the intimate relationship stuff. I mean, yeah, but he didn't allege it in the thing. So it's like, are you committing perjury now? KLS says they are harassing him, being Kayla's husband didn't give him immunity. I understand that, but Aaron's in a different situation.
Here would be an opportunity for a, aspiring legal streamer, a young whippersnapper like Sean, to do this. Minnesota statute, harassment restraining order. Then we pull up 609.748. Then we slap it over here. We just take a quick peek at this. All right. Now, this is amazing because if you go to the statute, you go 609.748, harassment restraining order. Subdivision 1, definition. For the purposes of this section, the following terms have the meanings given them in this subdivision. So when you're talking about HROs, these terms are defined as such right here. Harassment includes. So this is what harassment includes. All right. A 1 through 3. That's it. That's what harassment includes. A 1 through 3. 1, a single incident of physical or sexual assault. That's harassment. A single incident of harassment under 609.749 subdivision 2, paragraph C, clause 8. So this is, let's see. Subdivision 2, paragraph, what was it? Holy fuck. Paragraph C, clause 8, which is uses another's personal information without consent to invite, encourage, or solicit a third party to engage in a sexual act with the person. Here's this is clause 8. Aaron says I did this. This is amazing. Aaron says I did this. What? Uses another's personal information without consent to invite, encourage, or solicit a third party to engage in a sexual act with the person. I have never encouraged anyone to have sex with Aaron Imholt. Like, that's wild. So I have no idea what that would be. But yeah, so that would be a single incident of harassment under that section, clause 8. Here we go. A single incident of non-consensual dissemination of private sexual images under this section, or repeated incidents of intrusive or unwanted acts, words, or gestures that have, this is important, it's not just unwanted acts, words, or gestures, that have a substantial adverse effect or are intended to have a substantial adverse effect on the safety, security, or privacy of another, regardless of the relationship between the actor and the intended target. All right. So you have to take anything. And this would, again, this would have been a good moment for Sean to look at the statute, educate himself and his audience on what this is, what it would be. They're harassing him. Being Kayla's husband doesn't give him immunity. There's no immunity from harassment. There just isn't harassment. I haven't done any of those things.
Than the average person, he is, I still think that's going to be seen as retaliation against Nick, since he can't retaliate against Kayla.
That's really bad news for Aaron, what Sean just said. And Sean's right on that one. Visit Hedonism 2 says, or are intended to. Nikki boy. You have to prove my mental state is intended to do that, other than to just laugh. Laugh at someone who's dumb. Laugh at someone who's fucked over like parts of my life pretty significantly. Make fun of him. Say shitty things about him. Sure. Causing substantial mental anguish or intending to cause substantial mental anguish is a high bar. It's not an easy thing. Substantial mental anguish. Not like, oh gosh, I'm offended by that. I don't like that. The mental anguish has to prevent your ability to do something. This is a big problem for Aaron, because just recently he said that this past year has been the best year of his entire life. His show is going better than ever. He's got the greatest girlfriend of all time, who's super hot with big tits. Those are his words, not mine. I've never seen her. I can't assess any, part of her. Like, I've seen her picture of her face. Like, that's it. But this is him talking about how great and wonderful his life is. And then he goes to the court and says that he actually can't function in his life. He streams 7 hours a day, 3 days a week. And then 2 additional days, he streams another like 4 hours each of those days. But he said in his HRO petition that I and my, my actions are significantly interfering with his ability to do his work. But he does his work every single day. He does it. He performs it. It doesn't mean that like he's not making as much money or something, and that's because Nick said something. That's not the argument. The argument is you can't perform your job duties, as in he can't make the jokes or whatever because he's under such mental anguish. Everything he said is contrary to what he wrote down, and that's a huge fucking problem for him.
Like I said, I don't know how the judge is going to look at it, but that's what I think. I think the judge will do it that way. That's why I think she's going to dismiss it. And then the Melton one really just comes down to how much all this shit pisses off the judge. But I don't think it's going to be enough. I still don't think it's going to be enough. HIV once, is it Aaron's fault for hiring a dipshit lawyer the first time around? No. His attorney, Todd Peterson, did a very good job.
What? What did you just say? Holy shit. The level of disconnect going on right now between him and reality is holy fucking shit. Todd Peterson did a good job. How? How did he do that? What good job did he do? Aaron's sentencing, which is supposed to be a done deal, has been pushed back. The deal that they have is in jeopardy of not being upheld. He was found to violate his release conditions. He had to pay bail, additional bail to whatever he had already posted. And And something that he didn't think was even possible happened, which is he didn't get sentenced on his sentencing date. They pushed it back 3 months. Todd Peterson wrote a letter to the court that said that the victim maybe just shouldn't watch. But see, this is different than harassment, because when you have an existing restraining order from the court, it says you can't do something and you do it. It doesn't matter if the victim watches. It doesn't matter if the victim even sees it or knows about it. None of that matters. Now, Aaron is restrained from the act of mentioning or talking about directly or indirectly Lady Rackets. He can't do it. It doesn't matter if she sees it. It's not about her emotional distress. That's how you get a restraining order if you're going for a harassment restraining order. So you don't have to explain like that. If he says it and she never sees it, it's still a violation of the order, because that's the order. The court says you have lost your ability to do this. You can't do this thing. You've given that up. You traded that in. You made bad choices with it. So now you can't do it. It doesn't matter if she sees it. This is a completely different analysis than obtaining an HRO. And again, Sean could explain this stuff, but instead he says Todd Peterson did a good job. Todd Peterson did an objectively bad job with Aaron's case.
No, everything was fine there. That wasn't a problem. Gino can't afford the trip. Well, they could have him appear virtually. Jefferson Post says Nick being the victim's spouse is a fair point. I think it is. I think it's a major point. A major point.
It's such a major point that him doing this, and especially once I get it dismissed, might be a violation of his release conditions.
Right. The real problem is Melton is first. No, it's not. I mean, that's actually bad for Nick. But we'll see. We'll see. And, you know,
why would that be bad for me? Like, that doesn't make any sense. I'm not Melton. The judge, even if the judge gets infuriated with Melton, like, says, you're a bastard for saying the cup holder joke or whatever. When he comes to my case, he can't hold Melton's actions against me. I'm not the one who said whatever Melton said. And the judge isn't going to do that. Like, the judge isn't going to be like, so huffy. I'm so huffy because this other fat guy was in here making fun of people, and now you, sir, you like me. What? My case is independent of that one.
The judge may take the day and then decide to issue by the end of the day. So in some states they're mutual, yeah, but generally speaking, a restraining order is going to be a one-way thing, a one-way affair.
Correct.
Melton would be better pro se than with Frank White. I mean, that's the thing. Frank White, dangerous. He got, blew Nick's suppression hearing and all that. Aaron.
No, he didn't. Remember? Because your analysis was that there was nothing wrong with the warrant and there was no possible way to do it, along with some other people. So he didn't blow the suppression hearing. You guys said that even attempting to do anything at the suppression hearing seemed ludicrous to multiple commentators, which is crazy. A defense attorney saying that a defendant shouldn't try and exercise their rights, whether it's going to be successful or not, like that they shouldn't even try, is ridiculous. If you have the resources to try, you try. That's what you do. Because if you win, you win. So you take your fucking shot. So I blew a suppression hearing. But according to you, there was an unwinnable hearing. There was no way that the Frank's motion was ever going to be granted. There was no way because the warrant was so solid. Remember? So how can you hold these two positions? Dishonesty.
Aaron should argue it's a harassment conspiracy involving Melton and Nick. Well, based on the evidence that's there, yes, the judge is going to see it, and it's basically going to be
a harassment conspiracy involving Melton and Nick. Oh, so what? Like I'm conversing with Melton about like, oh, here's how we harass Aaron, except the harassment has to exist first. There has to actually be harassment or an intent to harass for the conspiracy to exist. You have to take affirmative steps towards the criminal act.
One massive hearing, more or less.
One massive doesn't describe the hearing.
Chuga's saying, but why isn't that enough for Melton? I'm just not sure. I mean, because he went to like public places. He didn't show up to like Aaron's house, I think, is going to be tough for him.
I'm annoyed. This isn't the clip. This doesn't seem to be the clip they watched on This Little Piggy, because his posture is atrocious, but his legal posture was a little bit different, a little bit more defiant.
It was for a court hearing. He's allowed to be at a court hearing. He's allowed to take pictures at a court hearing. There's a lot of things.
Yeah, actually, in that clip, he specifically argues that Melton going to that court hearing makes him look fucking psychopathic or like a maniac. It was a huge problem. Like, oh, you fly 1,000 miles to go there. Yes, you can do that.
You can do at the court hearings. He's allowed to go to the golf course. He's allowed to go to the gym. He's allowed to go to Stoney's. I just don't think that's going to be enough. I don't think it's going to be enough, because that one really will come across as some
PG Peaches. So is that from an earlier clip? So now he's walking back his initial thing?
gay internet bullshit. So that's why I think so.
Gay internet bullshit, but also like a national news story. Again, also a national news story. It's covered by Fox 9. I think it was covered on like an NBC or an ABC affiliate as well.
Like I said, Otto says you are allowed to stalk. How did he stalk? He went to places that day Aaron was not going to be. So it wasn't stalking necessarily.
Oh, that makes me really mad. This is the clip of him after he got probably fucking torched for his shit analysis in the other clip.
Like, you're going to say that, you're going to have to be specific. So, I mean, well, and here's the thing. Even if he says that, even if that's true, I still don't think it's going to be enough.
I think one of those videos is Melton talking about his plans of videotaping the courthouse and hoping to find Aaron at those haunts they went to. You can go to a place hoping someone will be there. That's okay. Where I have a feeling I know where these people are getting these ideas, but look, if I know someone goes to a particular grocery store and I want to run into them, I can go to that grocery store. I can go there in the hopes that I'll see them. Now, what I can't do is harass them at the grocery store, but you could approach someone and talk to them unless they've asked you not to in the past. Like it's always an unless. Yes, there's a bunch of caveats around this that are potentially there, but they're not there normally. If you want to run into someone, they go to a restaurant or a public place, and you go to the same public place, and then you see them or run into them, you can say, "Hey, what's up?" And they can say, "Back the fuck away from me." Then you need to respect what they say at that point, because then if you keep on annoying and harassing them, then you may get into harassment. Like, you might actually do that. And when I say annoying and harassing them, I mean those colloquially, but you may get into the legal level of harassment. May, though. It's not that they can't stop you from trying to talk to someone. They can't do that. Now, if you're physically intimidating someone, if you're getting into their space, blocking their exit, those are the type of things where you start to get close to criminal actions, including harassment. All right. So you can't do that stuff, but you can go to a public place and say, "I hope I run into this person. I think that would be interesting to talk to them." There was no restriction on this before. So the idea that you can't do this, I love these questions from his chat, because if it turns out, here we go. Hold on. One second. I may have here we go. Yeah, from July 11th. Oh, we'll have to watch that one. So this is his prior analysis. He's probably sitting there going like, "Oh, why does my chat have all these weird questions?" It's probably from his prior shitty analysis.
Don't think that's going to be enough, chat. Although Melton getting the HRO against him and Nick not getting one is the most.
Crascat says, "Nick, you have no understanding whatsoever about what you're talking about." I only have gotten and defended restraining orders in court. Like, I've done it multiple times. So yeah, I mean, keep telling me I don't know what I'm talking about, but like, I do. I'm sorry. Like, I've done it professionally. I've done it in Minnesota more times than any of the other law tubers that are out there. So, including Sean.
Hilarious outcome possible. Because Nick can say whatever he wants, but Melton, his attack vector is dead on using it. And then Melton's going to have to pick a fight with someone else because now he would have nothing else to do.
It's so wild because, here we go. Like, yeah, Melton, if he doesn't have Aaron to talk about, he'll have nothing else to do. Most of Melton's shows aren't about Aaron. He talks about Michael Ray Bauer. He talks about Chad Zumach. He talks about this one just fat, disgusting slob who samples food. And by samples, I mean like it just inhales. It's so gross. He talks about all kinds of people, and his shows have consistent numbers across like who he's talking about. Now, when there's a spike in activity on one of those people, he may get a boost in numbers that day. But like generally speaking, he's doing consistent numbers no matter who it is. He won't have anything to talk about. Yes, he will. Like he already does. Cars in Depth says, I'm told Sean has a wife. There's hope for Kurt yet. Visit Hedonism 2 says, if Kayla is so traumatized by Aaron, why'd you take her to Stoney's? Did you want to see Aaron there? I watched Aaron get arrested. I knew that Aaron was getting arrested at the hearing. Like I knew that was going to happen. I watched it happen. He did get arrested. We went to Stoney's while he was in jail. So no, we didn't hope to see Aaron there. Stop being fucking dumb. She has a restraining order against him. Bringing her to that place would cause weird issues. It would actually force Aaron to leave. But I don't do that. I don't want to do that. I don't want to interfere in his life that way. I never have. No, we don't want to see Aaron. Neither of us do. Neither of us like him. It's amazing. So here we go. So that was the July 18th analysis. Let's compare and contrast it to July 11th. What was he saying here?
Garibro's got all the fucking HRO shit for Melton, which I'm not going to lie. Like, I'm surprised Aaron got that, but at the end of the day, Melton kind of fucked himself on that by fucking showing up. I mean, I know it sounded funny and it's like, oh, we owned the Steel Toe Man. It's like, yeah, but now you kind of fucking played right into his hands. So, I mean, really, this is probably the biggest thing. Real quick, chat.
Wait a minute. What did
Melton right here? The biggest thing. So, oh man, it's like, yeah, but now.
Hold on. Again, you heard Sean talking about this now. Oh, they're not going to get it. Blah blah blah. Whatever. Listen to what he just says here.
And I know it sounded funny, and it's like, oh, we owned the Steel Toe Man. It's like, yeah, but now you kind of fucking played right into his hands.
Played right into his hands. Listen to the difference. Sean got fucking torched for this, didn't he? I know he did on This Little Piggy. I know he did there. But listen to the difference in posture.
So, I mean, really, this is probably the biggest thing. Real quick, chat. That fucks Melton right here.
Fuck
this
Melton.
part.
This is gonna fuck
this.
Melton.
The threats made to the victims follow 6/1/23 to the present. The defendant frightening the victim with threatening behavior 2024. You're like, okay, well, those aren't as big an issue as this one. And that kind of lays the groundwork for Aaron to bring this up now. And it's like, fucking showed up and did stuff here. So pictures of the victim without permission as follows on 6/25/25. Showing up to court going.
Pictures of the victim without permission. What's he talking about? What is he talking about? On 6/25? What, at court? You don't need permission to take a picture of someone at a public place. You don't need to do that. Government property at a courthouse, you can take a picture of anybody there. You can't take a picture from inside the courtroom because cameras are not allowed in the courtroom. But you can definitely take a picture of someone at a courthouse. They may not like it. They may not want it. For example, like I don't want people to take pictures of me at a courthouse, but like they can do that. They have done that. Sean didn't have a problem then. The funny thing about this, for example, is that there's this weird person named Lady K who's come to multiple hearings of Lady Rackets and I, has flat out lied about so many things, which, okay, great. And has taken pictures of me in public, has come to all my hearings for the express purpose of taking pictures of me, potentially taking pictures of Lady Rackets, etc. And nobody batted an eye. Sean certainly wasn't like, that's potentially harassment, etc., 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 because that would be fucking insane to say that. It's all fine. But this is the consistent result from people like Sean and others who are commenting on this from this perspective. It's like other people can do whatever they want. But no one, like, once it gets turned back around, they're like, oh my gosh, this is crazy. You can't say that Melton showing up to take pictures of Aaron at a courthouse is harassment or stalking, and at the same time hold that this Lady K person showing up to take pictures of me at a courthouse isn't. It just isn't. Like, it isn't. It isn't stalking or harassment. It would only be stalking or harassment if there was an existing thing preventing them from doing that. But otherwise, you're at a government building at a public hearing. You can be there.
I've got my, yeah, great. You went and touched the cow, and now you might have a problem with the court because you hopped on a plane. Remember that part I told you, Chad? I didn't think he'd be able to get one against it, but you know what? It's a good argument. Melton flew 1,000 fucking miles at the last minute to come with Aaron.
No, he flew 1,000 miles to go to a public hearing about a matter of public concern that is a national news story. As someone who reports pretty extensively on a specific person involved in the story. And he has every right to do so. It doesn't matter that if you fly 1,000 miles or if you walk 10 feet. There isn't like a limit. It was like, oh my gosh, now it's harassment because he flew more than 600 miles. Like, that's not a thing that's real.
If that doesn't sound like harassment, I don't know what does. And then
you don't know what does, you fucking dummy. This is genuinely embarrassing. This is the clip that I heard on This Little Piggy. Like, this is genuinely embarrassing. It's unreal to hear a lawyer unironically hold these positions.
Sharing private sexual images without permission during fucking Hackamania. Like, you played your fucking...
What private sexual image? This would be a good time to actually look up what the Minnesota definition of a private sexual image is. Private sexual images show either the genitalia, the anus, or female nipples. That's the definition of private sexual images, or anyone engaged actively in a sex act. Even if no nudity, like no intimate parts are shown. So if you've got a picture of someone stuffing someone's face with a cock, right? Like, but you can't see the penis, that's still like a sexual act, right? if you have a picture of two people having sex, but you like crop out the genitals and the genital contact, but you can tell it's obvious that they're having sex, that is an intimate image under the law because it is a person engaged in a sexual act. None of that happened. And again, any competent legal analysis would actually check on what that is.
Itself here, man. You played yourself. Like that is so like you're just making it easy.
Making it easy. It's gonna be easy, right? What video did we just watch where he's like, I don't think they're gonna get it. No way they're gonna get it.
You're making it easy. You know, and then this is just one more. This is just one more thing. Like, you know, you did it in a way that, you know, you've been monitoring and following him for years. And if Aaron went back and screenshotted all the...
He hasn't been following him for years. He watches a show that is broadcast publicly. Like, imagine that. Conan O'Brien's like, this guy watches my show every night. So, like, you do a show that's broadcast to the whole world. Like, anybody can watch it. Anybody on earth can watch Aaron's show. It's not an exclusive club. He doesn't have it behind a paywall. He has some episodes behind a paywall. But again, if you can make the payment, $5 a month or whatever, then you can also watch that show. Like, it's the same thing. There's no exclusivity to this at all. There is no following or any like inappropriate viewing when you're just watching something someone puts out in public. That would be a ludicrous thing for a court to try and enforce.
Times you talk about him, like, yeah.
Again, Aaron has quoted the Howard Stern thing a million times. Your biggest fans are your worst enemies. Those are your biggest fans because they'll be around forever. He's used that fake quote from Private Parts like a million times. He stated it. How are you going to go out and then be like, yeah, but I don't want my enemies to watch me? So they're your biggest fans. You have adopted the mantra of someone who did radio because you believe you're a radio guy. So you've adopted that mantra, even though it's not like a real thing. It's a thing from a movie, but it's a thing from a movie that you believe to be true and have espoused over and over again.
You look like a fucking loon. And then here, this is the worst thing of all. You made uninvited visits to the victim as follows. You went to Stoney's. You went to the gym.
He wasn't there. That's not an uninvited visit to the victim. He's not there. And they're public places. Again, you can go to a public... You don't need an invite to go to Stoney's, and you don't need an invite to go to the gym. They're open to anyone to walk in. You are an invitee automatically. You don't need a specific or a licensee. I don't even remember. It doesn't really matter. You're able to walk right through the fucking door. They have to ask you to not do so. Now, there are different types of businesses that are closed to the public. These are not those. That would be different. If you went to a private workplace that is like employees only and in a locked building or something like that, and you just showed up you might be in a problem there. If you're trespassing on some private property to get to someone, that would be a problem. You went there, but it's like, but he didn't make uninvited visits to the victim. The alleged victim wasn't present, wasn't going to be present. And you don't need an invite to go to a public place. So all of the analysis is wrong. Only all of it.
Like, I mean, Melton, yeah, like, oh, I'm going where I want to go. It's like, yeah, now you look like a fucking lunatic. You look like you're harassing somebody, man.
Where and how? Matty B says, Nick, couldn't Sean just be commenting on the merits of the case? Sean isn't he is commenting on the merits of the case, yes, but his commentary is deficient, obviously so. And he's completely changed his mind 7 days later. The data hasn't changed. There's no new filings. There's no new information about this.
You know, that was so fucking retarded.
Why?
You gave him like ammunition for his case.
What ammunition?
Jesus.
What ammunition did he get?
I can't wait to hear Moody like, no, mate, I don't think that works like that. It's like, it does though.
No, the New Zealander with no intimate knowledge of the American legal system had a much more solid legal analysis than you do here. And you're presumably a defense attorney and a former prosecutor. So why? Why is the New Zealander dishonesty? Dishonesty is better. This is a fucking insane analysis.
Oh, it does. Do I think it's going to last? I don't know, but it's fucking hilarious he got this far.
Why? And like literally anybody can get this far. If you have, all you have to do is write down some stuff. The problem is that might not be true, and the court might be really pissed off if it comes to fruition that it's not true. But you get that until the respondent comes out and says, hey, this isn't true. What the fuck?
It's hilarious that he got that far. And this is where this is some really good stuff,
This is not good stuff. These paragraphs that Aaron wrote are not good stuff. Again, why are you saying this? Why are you saying it's good stuff? Like, it isn't. If he wrote this, he should be fired. Like, he knows this isn't good. It's just dishonest. It's sad.
He says, I've never met Melton in person, never seen him in person, even when he traveled halfway across the country to stalk my advertisers.
It's not stalking your advertisers. Stoney's Bar is open to the public. You can go in. You have an advertisement for people to go there. He goes across country. He knows his audience is interested in this whole situation. He goes into a place where his audience is interested in, takes some pictures, like goes to schmooze the owner of the establishment, Cheetos, talks to him. Everybody there talked respectfully. No one there acted angry or anything except for Cheeto. That guy was a little nutbag. This is just short, fat, old guy who's sitting there seething about the fact of who walked into his bar. Everybody bought something. Everybody did business with him. No one made fun of him. No one made fun of Stoney's Bar. No one did any of that. Everything was very peaceful. Then he asked Patrick to leave, and the implication was maybe that everybody else should leave. So everybody else left too. Again, no conflict. Okay. The moment he asked, all right, peace. No big deal. There's no stalking of advertisers. Stalking has a specific meaning, and none of that has happened. You don't have to stalk people who have a public business. You just go into their public business.
The people I do business, even myself at a court hearing, I never met them.
Can't stalk someone at a court hearing. You can, again, unless there's an existing order. You have a right. You have a legal right to attend the court hearing. In 99% of cases, there are some cases that are closed courtrooms and are sealed because they involve like juvenile abuse and stuff like that. This isn't one of those cases. So you can go to the open public hearing. You can take a picture of a person walking in. You can take a video of the person walking in. There is an order that you could not have any cameras in the courtroom, and so you can't take video or pictures in there.
Waiting directly outside the elevator with his phone out to take pictures and videos of me. Yeah, it does make you look like a fucking crazy person, Melton.
Or a reporter. That's a person who does that, would be someone who's reporting. Citizen journalism is all journalism now. Nathan Danner says, Nick, did you see what Stephen Gosney posted at the top of the chat? Do you know who he wants you to forgive? I hope you and Stephen are still cool with each other. No, I did not see anything about Stephen Gosney posting anything anywhere. So I didn't see that post. No.
He seems to have a psychological problem where he believes we're in some sort of relationship. He believes we know each other is entitled to information on myself. I've never interacted.
This is a crazy set of statements by Aaron. He believes we know each other and that he is entitled to information on myself and my family. What? He's saying he seems to have a psychological problem where he believes we're in some sort of relationship. Is he saying that Melton, in Melton's mind, is fucking Aaron? Like, is that what's going on? And that he believes he's entitled to information? What do you mean entitled to information? There's no entitlement in trying to learn something out or gather information. That's not an entitlement thing. Where's the entitlement? None of this makes sense. This is Aaron just making something up. And Sean's just like, yeah, exactly.
Interacted with him in real life. I do believe he has some sort of delusion where he believes he's a part of my life.
Based on what? Based on what at all? I make fun of, I being Patrick Melton in this case, make fun of someone, therefore I believe I'm part of their life? Like, what are you talking about?
He's even threatened my children publicly with sexual acts.
He has never done so, as far as I can tell. No one has ever produced anything where he has, where Melton has threatened any child with sexual acts. Says he's threatened them publicly with sexual acts. This is just not true, as far as I have seen. He's made a couple off-color jokes. I'm not a big fan of those jokes. So,
here's where he talks about my 11-year-old daughter and makes sexual threats. Yeah, that wasn't a brilliant thing there. You know, he has a 2-day event, Hackamania, where he may be the sole focus.
he's not the sole focus. Again, any review of Hackamania would show you that Aaron is a primary focus, but he's not the sole focus. There are other shows that don't even mention him.
And brings in people to talk about me incessantly.
Incessantly means not ceasing. But it did cease. The event was limited. In fact, the shows in which the people were talking about you were also limited, like the time limited, if nothing else. What are you talking about incessantly? It ceased. It ceased when the show was over. It's just a word that he doesn't know the definition of. Oh, that's right.
No, and this is the thing here, where if Aaron included it, he should have included. He brought in a guy I went to high school with to mock me about what I did in high school.
So what? What good would that do him? That's not harassment. That's not harassment. Actually, the funniest thing is they're like, oh, you flew 1,000 miles or whatever for me to go do this, to go to this event. They brought people in from this event. Yeah, away from Aaron. It's specifically non-harassing behavior. It is going away from where he is. He was invited to come to the event. He declined. Okay, perfectly fine. He participates in the event by sending in a video, fatal to all of this. But there's no harassment in going away from someone to talk about them. It's the opposite. See, to harass someone with speech, you have to make the speech and then bring that speech closer to them. That is how you harass someone. You make speech and then you bring that speech into their space where they're trying to not hear it or where they're just peacefully enjoying their life. If Aaron doesn't pay attention to what's said at Hackamania, nothing said at Hackamania ever gets to him. He has to go find it. He has to go do it. It's because the speech was taken away from him. It was moved proximately away from him. The opposite of harassment.
You know, in May, he and Nick Ricada, who I also have an HRO against, did a broadcast where they shared intimate photos of me without my consent.
Nope. Intimate photos have a specific definition in Minnesota, which we already covered, and they don't match that because holy shit, I would never subject anyone to a nude photo of Aaron Imholt.
Yeah, isn't that funny how, I guess that's okay.
Yes, it is okay because none of those photos were intimate photos. Not a single one.
As well as text messages I did not consent to being publicly. They put...
Again, you may not like it. You started it. I didn't consent to you releasing the text message of me saying that the world would be better off if you killed yourself. I didn't consent to that. What are you talking about? That's a private message that you can't share. Except that a conversation between two people can be shared, especially in Minnesota. Both parties are the owners of that information. What are we doing here?
Put private letters went to a third party on display.
Yep. Guess what? You gave that letter to someone else. They owned the letter. You didn't own it anymore.
And threatened they would do it for months on hand. But yeah, I mean,
not for months. Is it months? So you knew it was coming? It was like 2 weeks before the show, not months.
the problem is you did this happen.
And they still did it. Tell people, yeah, there's some crazy shit coming up. Again, this happens on any number of news or talk shows that occur. Like, oh, we've got a big thing coming out, big reveal in this person, big things coming out. The Entertainment Weekly couldn't exist, for example. Like Hollywood Reporter couldn't exist if this was all restrainable, harassing behavior.
In Maine, you're just now getting to it. It's like it's kind of late. They just like themselves over here.
How did we fuck ourselves over? Just a second ago, you said in May it's kind of late. Kind of late for what? Like, what was kind of late? Is the restraining order kind of late because it's now June 26th that it was petition for, and then July 1st for Melton's? Like, is that what makes it late? Or are you saying that like in May of 2025, like what I did was late? I'm actually confused about this. But either way, none of this matters. Like, none of this is relevant to the case. This is a guy who's analyzing this, and he's saying Melton and Nick fucked themselves over. And he's changed his tune completely since then. But at this point, he says, this is good stuff. Melton and Nick have fucked themselves over. Why would they do this?
That's all it's so stupid. Like, you just made it easy. You made a win for the toe.
Oh, there it is. It's a win for the toe on this one. That's not what you said a couple days later, right?
Which, like, if Melton can't talk about Aaron, oh my God, NLO is going to fucking implode. That would be...
That's a projective dream. Like, I wish I would implode.
Pretty fucking interesting.
Don't worry, a few more hoagies and you'll collapse under your own gravity.
I mean, that would be if Nick wins his HRO, but Melton loses his. That would actually be probably the funniest outcome ever. Like, think about it. Aaron wins against Melton, but loses against Nick. That is probably the funniest version of events. Yeah, I just don't think it would work there. It's so I don't know. I'm not sure it'll work all the way at the end of the day, but it'd be fucking hilarious if it does. But yeah, then Melton actually gets in trouble because I assume he would break it. I mean, think about it. This little piggy, he'd have to stop doing this little piggy now. Like literally, Aaron would fucking shut them down. He would.
Fantasies and delusions about the success of Aaron M. Holt. Inexplicably so. Like, what? Why? Why, Sean? Why do you want him to win so much? So much that you're willing to be completely dishonest with your audience. And that dishonesty is discerned very simply by you going back through these thoughts days later being like, yeah, this isn't going to happen. Like, it's just probably not going to happen at all. It's really long shot.
Shut down episodes of This Little Piggy because This Little Piggy's all about Aaron. I mean, if you think about it, they made a whole fucking show about fucking Aaron. Like, how fucking do...
It's not about fucking Aaron. That's gross. It's just about Aaron. It's about whatever he's doing. Oh, they made a whole show about him. Yeah, people have made show segments or shows about me, like any number of personalities, news stories. People make shows up about them. Like, They make shows or they have a recurring segment. It's something you can do. You get to talk about people.
Like mental are these people? Like they would have no more show. Who would they make fun of now?
This Little Piggy is one show that he does. Like, what do you... Who are they going to make fun of? I don't know. Literally anybody. The amazing thing, like Melton has this ability to watch weirdos and make fun of them and make it very entertaining. Like he can do that. Aaron just happens to be a weirdo that he watches and makes fun of.
I don't know, chat. Like that's the ultimate suffer. Like you can't do your fucking you're like, you know, that's even worse than Nick losing his dollies on Super Tips. Oh my god, like just think about how fucking devastating that would be. I mean,
just wait till I have the ability to take him back.
It'll be something fucking fierce. Like I said, though, I still don't think it's gonna last. But props to Aaron for fucking going for it. You know, better bet. Like
props to Aaron for going for it. 7 days later, spoiler alert. 7 days later, he would say Aaron is a giant fucking bitch for going for it. No consistency. Why? Dishonesty. Sean is a dishonest person. He's consistently dishonest.
I didn't think he was gonna get it, but Aaron shot his shot. So good for him. Good for him.
What the fuck is this? Is this just... It's just him displaying the documents silently. Because it's horrible. Or it might not be him. This might be the clipper. I think this is Alyssa. Okay. Holy shit. There we go. There we go. That was that. My, how that analysis has changed. Again, you have to go, he's either wildly incompetent or he's dishonest. Like those are the options there. And I didn't know why Sean would do that. I don't know why he would do that. He got called out on it. He walked it back. But even his walk back isn't as strong as it should be. But hey, who cares? Well, there you go, guys. There's that. Now, I've received a request to do a little bit of cooking with Kurt. Right? Have we? Has this happened? Hold on. I think they're cooking soup. We watched that. Pizza casserole. Steak. We watched that. Gumbo. Fucking infuriating. We got breakfast casserole. Simplified chili. Modified taco casserole. Scrambled eggs. Which leaves just one video. Left on Rumble, I should say. don't believe we've watched this one. Correct me if we have, but I don't believe we have. And that is Cooking with Kurt, No Bean Chili. We watched the simplified chili, but I don't believe we watched the no bean chili. So here we go. I believe this is the only one left on Rumble that we haven't watched.
Great. I'm great. Welcome to One Civil Law.
Just immediately. Victim Angle is here. What is the hair loop doing? I don't know, but I want to know. I want to know. It's like, actually, okay. I'm going to be honest here. This is a light, and I thought it was part of his hair. I thought it was like another hair swoop, but that's a light fixture that matches this one or whatever. I think that's a light fixture. He does have a little tuft here, and that's why I thought it was a double swoop, and I was like, whoa, what is going on? I thought the hair was elevating off his head, and I was very happy about that, but no, it's not what happened. But we are at full victim angle. We're being, whoa, what are you doing? Hold on just a second. All right, we've got another angry blueberry looming over us. I can't wait.
Cooking with Kurt time. I hope you're great. I'm great.
Everybody's great.
I just emptied my dishwasher.
Yes.
Put my dishes away.
I'm so happy
and
about
did
that.
laundry earlier today. So
he's got stains. Did laundry earlier today. That's why I'm wearing a disgusting shirt.
And recently got a haircut, as you guys can.
Oh man, I hate this. Recently got a haircut, but let me lean down and show you and draw attention to. No, stop.
See, so less scrappy. Did a little additional shaving today, cleaning up the lines on the beard.
Clean them up. That's why we can see this divot here, I guess. Yes, I love how happy and proud he is of himself. This is great.
Things nice and clean, so feeling fresh, feeling clean, feeling good. All right, we're going to make some chili today. We have got 4 pounds of ground sirloin, which we will, of course, use as our meat. We've got ourselves 2 sweet onions.
4 pounds. 4 pounds every time. 4 pounds of meat.
Which will be nice for flavor. We got ourselves a little thing of jalapenos. Didn't realize how small this was at the store, but that's what we have. So, okay.
How do you not realize this?
Got some big cans of some Rotel diced tomatoes with green chilies. A very Texan thing to do, of course. We've also got some additional tomato sauce if we need some additional base there. And then we also have a little bit of this fresh made salsa, which is about 2 weeks old now. And so not as fresh as it once was. So we'll throw that in the pot.
2 weeks old. It's 2 weeks old. He's got fresh store-made salsa. Look, it's 2 weeks old. Which like that stuff tends to be like low on preservatives and other stuff. So it rots. It actually rots. You have to eat it pretty quickly. Fucking gross. It's 2 weeks old now. We're going to just throw that in there. Why? Why would you do that? First of all, what chili recipe are you using where you require salsa in the first place? Second of all, ew. Gross.
And that'll be good.
No, it won't.
So,
I promise.
we are going to begin by putting the Instapot on saute. It's just like so. And by cutting up.
He is so like. I'm trying to figure the analogy of how he's acting. He is so like euphoric on life right now. Like he's like, yeah, we're going to put this bad boy on saute. So we're supposed to do and put 4 pounds of meat in it in just a second. Like he is. He's in the zone, man.
Up the onions. So let's go ahead and do that.
Is your cool onion chopper? Beep, beep, beep. I just want to admire the shape of the like. This is. Have you ever seen a profile like this anywhere? This is an anatomy I don't understand. This part of his head is why he's so fucking smart. He's doing his thing like his like breathe in mouth thing. I don't want to make like I'm not trying to make fun of that. It's an interesting it's an interesting tick that he has.
I did meet Louis Rossman. Yeah, we had dinner together. It was nice. He's a nice guy. Need to do some more stuff together. I think that'd be cool.
I'm gaslighting myself into thinking I either watched this or didn't watch this, and I don't know which one it is. Like, I don't know. What are the stains on the cutting board? The wet stains. Get out one of your good knives. Just keep playing the video. It doesn't matter what.
Hello, everyone. So again, we're using sweet onion. I really like sweet onion. The Dahlia onion. So I always use sweet onion in my chili.
On your fingers.
Rather than regular white onion.
Throw in the...
Makes a difference to me. So if you want to follow the Kurt recipe, sweet onion, Vidalia onion is the way to go.
Yeah, Case Sartler, because he did 2 chili videos. One's the modified chili video, and I'm like, we watched that one, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, TB, I remember too. I don't know what to do. I don't know if this is real. Like, I don't know if I watched this. Fuck.
Chili time.
It's
glorious time. For you and me.
Yeah, I've seen him say like
baby,
2 videos.
Chili time is glorious time. For you and me.
I think this is new, actually. I'm pretty sure that song I don't think I've heard that remix. That's the Spice Core remix.
If I had that girth and that hairline, I would make myself non-existent.
Yeah, that sold it for me. I don't think we've watched this because I don't remember him doing the chili. Ah! The knife is so dull. It's just ripping through. Ugh. Watch your fingers. Fuck. Back them off. No, this is bad chopping. Oh, God, stop. He's lucky that knife is so dull. Sharpen your fucking knife. Sharpen your knife for once. Like, go buy a new one. Anything. Like, ah. It's just mashing them. I like that orange watch pin. That's cool. Yeah, Peachy Peaches. Dull knives are way more dangerous. Okay, first of all, he's got fat guy ghetto pants sag, right? Like where his waistline is somewhere like lines of latitude north of where his pants are is his waistline, especially in the back. I don't know, like fat guys are shaped so weird. They can't get an actual waistline of the pants, like the size, because they're like waist bulge out from all the bloating and distension and disgustingness. And so they have to buy like smaller pants and like tuck them up under their fat. But that means they like hang down like halfway down their ass cheeks. So there's that. Also remember, he just did laundry and like, look, he's got this big, whatever this is. That looks like someone was railing a line of coke off Kurt's ass. Go get it, Kurt. I don't know what this weird bulging area is back here. This is the back of pants. This is very strange. It looks like a wallet has been sewn into his pants, which is missing the pocket. The pocket's over here. Those pockets on fat guy pants are like as big as a lady's gym bag. You can put so much shit in there. Like, oh my God. Whoa, hold on. What just happened? Hold on. That camera angle change caught me off guard. I was not ready for a silhouette. Or when the camera angle change at all. What happened? Did he just turn? Oof. Okay. I literally, hey, what's up, Merch? Nightwave Radio's rated us over on Rumble. Welcome to the Nightwave viewers. Hope you enjoy your time here. We are watching Cooking with Kurt. He is making chili. This is my favorite show on YouTube. It's the best show or like on YouTube, Rumble, wherever. It's the best thing that exists. Bear with me. Just keep watching. Oh, that's a lot. That's a lot. It looks like an anaconda has wrapped itself around a normal person is about to start killing him, right? Like a boa constrictor. Look at that. It's like 3-4 inches of fat oblique clearance happening. Watch your fingers! Fuck! Get your thumb away from that. His knife is too dull to dice his onion. He's doing it like the worst way, but it's also so dull that he can't possibly dice it. Now just mash it some more.
Got some onion cooking up.
Cooking up some onion. You're not going to cut that second onion up. You don't need.
Nice thing about sweet onion, as opposed to white onion, is it doesn't hurt your eyes as much. So one of the advantages of sweet onion, at least in my experience, sweet onion does not hurt your eyes as much. It doesn't cause your eyes to water as much as regular white onion. So it's not as bad as you might be anticipating. So not only do I prefer this flavor of sweet onion to white onion, but it doesn't provoke as much of that crying reaction. So, bonus.
Natural Geezer says 4 pounds of beef raggets, 2 onions is fine. First of all, the 4 pounds of beef is mildly absurd. Those are big motherfucking onions, man. That's a lot of onions. Oh, fuck me! Like how? We need an instant replay on that cop. Just launches the fucking onion across the counter and goes. Holy shit. Just yeah. Fat fuck prefers sweet anything. There's a way that you get there. Here, tell me if I don't think there's an echo. There's just a shitload of background noise because he's got onion sauteing in the Instapot. No, the crazy thing is, like, he put the first half of the onion in, and then in the Instapot and started cooking it. Then he put the second half of the onion in the Instapot. He added that. Now he's cooking or cutting up another onion. And he's going to add that. Like, he's adding onions in stages. Like, what is this? What are you doing? Where's this little chopper? It's the chopper.
Coming along very nicely.
Is it? All his fingers, how does he not cut them off?
All right. Throwing some extra virgin olive oil into the pot, of course.
Now those onions were already in there. What? Hey, what's up, chest leg? Haven't seen you in forever. Welcome back. You watched?
Numb.
Not a chance. Oh.
Numb.
Like, It's all different levels there. He poured the olive oil. Why are you using olive oil for chili? This is Texas. Use lard, use canola oil, use beef tallow. One of those things. What the fuck are you doing using olive oil for a chili? But again, he's got uneven onion cooking going on. He's got oil doused on top of some of the onions, hopefully seeping under the rest. Like just not good.
Then we got a little thing of jalapenos here, which I will throw in.
That's fine. That's actually okay.
It is an Instapot, yes.
But like, okay, so chili isn't jalapenos. Jalapenos, as he says, because he's not actually from Texas. But chili isn't jalapeno. I think I use a mix of ancho and guajillo chilies. And there's another chili that I do too. Like I take the dried chilies, you reconstitute them. You toast them and then you reconstitute them in water. And then you blend them up and make like a nice chili paste.
Instapot is best pot.
No, an Instapot is not the best pot. Instapots are kind of convenient sometimes for some stuff. But I have like a giant cast iron, enamel coated pot that I love way more than my Instapot. I can use that thing to cook fucking anything. It's
right now there is sweet onion, jalapeno, and a little olive oil in the pot. That is what's in the pot right now.
screwed cold oil into the pot. Cold onion. Yeah, Ryan McKinnis, long-time dad says, yes, but like...
So just...
I don't know.
Just sweet onion.
He's not going to saute the onions down properly. So it really doesn't matter that he's added the jalapeno in. It's all just pretend at this point. It's all fucking broke already.
2 sweet onions cut up, jalapeno, and a little bit of olive oil to help them sweat out. And that's what's in there right now. It can be a slow cooker, but it's an Instapot. It's a pressure cooker. So you can do a slow cooker or you can do Instapot. The stove isn't on. The stove isn't on.
Yes, it is.
It just happens to be where the vent is for the microwave. So the stove surface is not on. I don't have any garlic. Should have got some garlic.
Well, you don't have any jars of crusted up fucking like congealed garlic powder that's got to be decades old that you can just break up with a spit covered knife and launch into your fucking Instapot?
Where did I get my cutting board? It was actually custom made for me. Cutting board was custom made for me by a guy in Baltimore.
I swear I've watched this one. I know I have. You watched it?
Yeah, that's cool, huh? I don't know if I have any garlic. Let's see if I have some garlic. I've got the spices. I don't think I've got any garlic.
The cutting board. Yeah, it's the cutting board. I don't remember watching it.
We'll have to do without.
I don't remember it, so I'm watching it anyway.
Yeah, I don't have any garlic powder either, so we'll have to make do. How long do I cook the olives? Well, until they're well cooked. I'm sweating them down.
You're sweating.
So basically, I'm cooking them to look, cooking them towards they look. So I'm cutting them. I'm cooking them pretty thoroughly.
Steve C says no. He talked about the same thing on the other one with 4 pounds of ground beef, like the modified chili. God damn it! He talked about the cutting board. Fuck. I don't know what to do. I'm gaslit both ways. I can't even tell. And I don't care. I'm watching it. Put that gold sauce in there.
So basically, till they get brownish.
Oh, damn it. Worth it either way. We're here. Keep going. Yes. I know some of you haven't seen this. Even if I have seen it, I haven't.
Caramelized. Yeah, there you go. Caramelized.
That's the word.
That's basically what we're trying to do.
You sure? Like, you want caramelized onions? You might not want caramelized onions. You might just want sweat down, like translucent onions. Do you even know what you're after? You're caramelizing sweet onions, I guess, for your chili. All right. Vanessa V says, Nick, this is hilarious. We were all watching the chopping part like that movie Hot Tub Time Machine, waiting for the bellhop to lose his arm. I know. This is my favorite content. I'm not even joking. I love watching Kurt cook. I would buy him whatever he needs to just cook everything on the planet. Like, I want him to cook through every cookbook.
Any cooking merch? No, not yet. Need an apron? Nah. Where in Baltimore did I got it? I got it at a crafts fair. This guy was selling cutting boards, and I asked him to make me one with this particular style. And then I came back, and I think he mailed it to me, actually. But yeah, he had cutting boards, and I was like, I like what you're doing, but I want a different design. And I kind of told him what I was looking for, and so we met up at a crafts fair, and asked him to make.
It's like the angle, like the guy's like, "Hey, what's up? Why is his arm up?" And he's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna hang out here. Let me put my hand on this locker above you." I can't get away.
Make something different for me, so he did.
They did.
You could ask Rob. Yeah, ask Rob to make you a cutting board. Maybe I'll get Rob to make me one.
Board. One hand on the hip makes it so much like it was weird before. Now it's just effeminate.
You can make me an apron. Yeah, no garlic powder. I've got General Italian seasoning.
Definitely don't have any garlic powder. Definitely don't have any. No garlic powder. No garlic powder. No, definitely no garlic powder. Italians do not garlic powder. Nightwave Radio says Ralph conquered El Salvador tonight. Hell yeah, go get it, Ralph. What? What? I don't even know what that means. I want to know, but I don't know. It's not fair to Rain Man. He's way less autistic than Kurt.
But even that doesn't have garlic in it, which is hilarious.
Yes, he has LED strips in his kitchen.
Seasoning. That's got some garlic in it.
Flightless. Nick, I cook for a family of 5 and I never use 4 pounds of beef for one thing. Look, I cook for a family of 7, and some of my kids are really young. Like, it's rare, like, that I cook 4 pounds of beef and that it all gets eaten. That's because I'm anorexic mostly.
I got a seasonal that's got some garlic in it. Oh, paleo powder.
Kurt is the family of five.
Let's see. Let's got some garlic in it. All right, I'll do this paleo powder, and we'll
I love his recipe. He's like, okay, doing this is fine, but you have to contextualize it. Like, this is him cooking. So theoretically, he's presenting a recipe of cooking food to his audience. Like, this is what I make. This is how I make it. You can make it too. He's like, we'll just do this. He just grabbed paleo powder. What the fuck is paleo powder? What is that? This is quite like, this is one of those, is it this or that pictures? Like, is this Kurt's armpit or someone wearing denim jeans doing splits?
Let's do it that way.
It's a good thing he doesn't have garlic. Because if he did, he would have put it in already and he'd be scorching the shit out of it.
I think that's coming along very nicely. I think that's coming along very nicely so far.
Said that already.
How many jalapenos did I use? It wasn't that many. It was like 3 ounces of jalapeno, which is not enough really for the amount of chili I'm making, but you know.
2 fucking massive onions, 4 pounds of beef, 3 ounces of diced jalapeno. And that's the only chilies he's going to put in there. You know that, right? He's going to just dump fucking like a packet of chili seasoning or chili powder from his spice rack. He's just going to just load the whole fucking pot with it. I just know it. Look at this back arch. It's kind of hard to see with the bar there, but like you can just. But he's not arched. It's just width being added in different places that creates an odd topography. Like some shirt scrunching here that doesn't make any sense. Like, how is it sitting like that? What's causing it to rise up? What's causing it to come down? Why are they colliding? It's like tectonic plates meeting.
Are we invited for dinner? Hell yes.
Yes. Dude.
You bring the wine. You bring the wine, I bring the company.
Why do they have to bring wine to your house? You're not bringing the company. No, they're bringing the company. You're cooking. You're in your house. They're bringing the company. No. It's not you bringing the company. You're sitting there. They're bringing the company.
We'll chili and chill, baby.
No, danger.
How you doing, Sue?
How are you, Sue?
Can I bring Guinness? Sure.
Bring all the Guinness.
Do I ever do bean and chili? I have done bean and chili today before, but we're not doing any right now. And I've definitely done deer chili before.
Definitely.
I've definitely done some deer chili. Dark wine with chili or white? I think it could go either way. Because it's beef, the red wine would probably be a slightly better call, but I think it could go either way. Curry and cuddle. That's a nice one. I like that curry and cuddle.
Chili and chill. Is that what you go on the fucking shirt? Take a shirt called Chili and Chill. Curry and cuddle.
Yeah, Guinness is what I have in my fridge right now. Guinness is what I have in my fridge right now.
Say it again.
So if you want anything else, you have to bring your own.
Want anything else? You have to bring your own. Repeat it. Ah! The faces. Stop looking at me like that. He's like, yeah, I'm just gonna caramelize the onion. How? You put them in the cold. Put them in cold. No oil. Your instant pot wasn't hot enough yet. They're just boiling.
Chili time for you and me. It's all kinds of chili time. We got some sweet onion and some jalapeno, a little bit of olive oil, a little bit of seasoning in there, and we're making nice caramelized.
What was that? Chili time for you and me. We got seasoning in there, onions and a bunch of jalapenos. Little seasoning.
Flirty Curtis fun? Yeah, I'm a fun guy.
I'm a ton of fun. I'm a fun guy. Flirty
In fact, you know, putting in some Guinness in there is actually not a bad idea.
Yep. Get some Guinness in there.
So, let's see. Come on.
I can't fucking can't. I'm a fun guy. I'm a ton of fun. Chili time, my instant pot. We're gonna put our seasoning in too late. Oh. Get on it, David Guetta. Look, I'll just pour beer. You didn't caramelize them. You didn't caramelize the onions. You're like, oh, I'm going to caramelize these onions. You just poured a bunch of fucking beer in there. It's the opposite of caramelizing. I can't take it. I can't take it. Oh, fuck.
I'll throw in a little red hot as well.
Yes,
right now too.
That goes in chili too. Yeah,
well, I will brown the meat. I'm sweating.
How are you going to brown the meat? You're going to just pour it into boiling liquid. You're going to grate the meat. He's just going to pour Frank's in chili. Like, yeah, you know, every chili is known for its classic runny, vinegary spice liquid.
Down the vegetables first.
See the background music to his little chili tool. Chili time for you and me. We're gonna put it in the spot. Sweet cold sauce to add. Hope I don't have to call my dad from the hospital.
Sweating down the vegetables? Well, getting rid of their water content, principally browning them, cooking them, caramelizing.
Getting rid of the water content. You just pour 16 ounces of beer in. Oh, just getting rid of the water content in the onions. Here's 16 ounces of water content just added to it. Fuck me.
Caramelizing them.
Can't. Oh.
I think it's time to start adding in the meat and cooking that down.
Kid Law won't be laughing so hard when Kurt is George Foreman of Incel Pot. Very Lawlessness, how you doing? Nice to see you. What? Father Earth, please don't just drop it in. Oh, it's getting dropped in. It's getting dropped in. Yeah, he just added this moist ass ground beef in there. There's no way. Like, oh, we're just gonna brown this. It will never become brown. It will never be brown. Be in a tanning bed. It will go all kinds of colors, but not brown. We're just looking at this filthy salsa and whatever pill bottles he has laying next to it. What is going on back? Why do you have pill bottles laying down wedged between like a can opener and your stove? What are they doing there? Steve Z, you're right. It will be brown eventually. Texas chili packet. Oh my God. What should be? It's chili. These new spice mix.
Stove cup needs to be cleaned.
Oh. Look at this cooking space that's happening here. Like, just look at it and marvel. We've got a dirty bowl, dirty plate, dirty spoon. This spoon clearly was like a peanut butter spoon, probably in the middle of the night. He's got the 2-week-old salsa. He's got a couple pill bottles back here. I don't know what they're doing. Water bottle, like a Nalgene bottle over here. Some upside down spoon. We can see it's hollow, it's cheap cookware. Holy fuck. Oh my gosh. Okay, so I've looked up the HEB Texas chili seasoning mix. Texas chili seasoning mix, blend of chili peppers and other spices. Key ingredient in chili. Select ingredients, no artificial flavors or preservatives. Description: for such a small pouch, HEB Texas chili seasoning mix packs a ton of flavor. That's what I say about my testicles. The next time you're simmering a hearty pot of homemade chili, add this perfectly blended mix of chili peppers and spices and take it to the next level. No artificial flavors or preservatives. So each packet, all right, is 4 servings. All right, so here, let me bring this up real quick, Will. So each packet is 4 servings of this. So just that seasoning packet that he pours in there, that is 120 calories extra, right? Somehow the seasoning packet has 4 grams of fat in it. Fucking 1,640 milligrams of sodium, 20 carbohydrates total. Although, to be fair, 8 of those are dietary fiber. So I think you subtract that out, right? Like diabetics would subtract out dietary fiber as from their total carbs. So you get 12 carbs or whatever. Protein, about a gram of protein. Ingredients: chili, pepper, and other spices. Enriched flour, which is a wheat. They're using wheat flour. Salt, onion, and garlic. Instructions. Crumble and brown 1 pound ground beef in a large skillet. Wait a minute. Is he going to put 4 packs in? Is my man going to put 4 packs of this? That's like 3,000 grams of sodium or milligrams of sodium. That's like 3 grams of sodium. Holy fuck. Wait, K Startler did the math. 6,560 milligrams of sodium. Holy shit. So yeah, crumble and brown 1 pound ground beef into a large skillet. Drain fat if desired. We know that's not happening. Empty seasoning mix to skillet and stir in 2 cans of tomato sauce, 1 can of kidney beans, drained, bring to a boil, cover and simmer for 10 minutes, yields 4 servings. 10 minutes? 10 minutes? You're going to incorporate chili flavor throughout an entire thing in 10 minutes? No chili should cook in 10 minutes, ever. Holy shit. Okay. Back to this. I wasn't prepared for that. And what that would do to me.
It was clean when it started. It's gotten a little dirty since then, but it's okay. We can clean it again. Also, we're not cooking on it right now, so it's not that big a deal.
Art, no. Art, no, I'm sorry. That's not true. Your analysis is wrong. It's like Sean.
Another thing is ground sirloin. Ground sirloin from HEB.
Yeah, I'm sure the one that's in there is brown. I'm just going to keep doing this. Like, you're just going to keep doing this. Get a pan and brown the meat separately. What the fuck are you doing? Brown it in phases if you need to, and then pour it in the pot like it doesn't matter. But what is this? Now I'm angry. Stop being funny. Now it's gross.
Another thing of Texas chili mix. More spices for you and me. In our chili together.
This is so. Ah! My friend used to work it up. All fast food place.
Another thing, ground sirloin. That's 3 pounds in our stew.
Ah! Ah!
Now we got 3 pounds of ground sirloin in the pot.
So gross.
Gotta make sure it's all nice and stirred up. Mixing it nice. Making sure the flavors all together with the spice.
The sound of stirring
Since we got
stop
3
really
pounds
gets
of
me
sugar
horny.
and south for another packet of spice. More spice from you and me.
Oh,
Is
no,
how
no,
we
no,
make
no,
it nice.
no, no.
More spice together.
How much sodium's in a can of Rotel tomatoes?
More spice together.
Tomatoes.
Spicy for you and me together.
This is a small can. That's a big can. I need a bigger can. Fuck, the small cans are 2.5 servings and have 380 milligrams of sodium.
Go ahead and add in the salsa now. There's no reason not to.
Yeah, the container, 860 milligrams of sodium. Oh, God!
Liquid.
Look at it! Oh, it's like the slime on the lake in Creepshow 2. It's sitting there on top of the chili. Ugh. For those of you who missed the beginning of this video, that salsa was fresh salsa from HEB in grocery store chain in Texas. But he let us know that it's 2 weeks old. So it's fresh salsa that you get from like the store's deli or whatever. But it's 2 weeks old now. He just dumped that in there. He's like, no, that's fine. This is an okay thing.
Now it's time for our fourth and final bit of meat.
It's a fourth
Even
pound
more
of
meat for you and me. That brings us to 4 pounds of meat in our chili. More sirloin for you and me.
Rotel. Here's the big can. I found the big can. 28 ounces.
Stir it into the pot. Now we've got lots of chili.
The big can is, so his big can of Rotel there is 6 servings of 380 milligrams of sodium. It's also 30 more grams of carbohydrates minus 6 dietary fiber grams. So 24 more carbs being added to this.
For you and me, lots of chili.
Hey, Startler
Nice
is our
mixed
autistic sodium.
All right.
8,840 milligrams of sodium. And just so it's
Do I add in the fourth thing of the of the spices? Do I go 4 packets for 4? What do you guys think?
Yep. Follow the instructions, Kurt. 1 per pound of beef.
No.
Do it. Look,
I can't taste it because it's not ready yet.
He can't taste it. It's not ready. He might get food poisoning from the stuff that's in there. He can't taste it yet.
No. I can't taste because it's not cooked.
Thank God he's drinking a fucking Coke Zero. Who would want calories from that beverage?
One for each pound is normally how I do it, yeah.
Yeah.
Looks like we need liquid. Not a problem.
You got more liquid.
Here's what we'll be using for liquid.
My heart, my heart just fluttered. It was like, no, don't do it. We're having to cooking the liquid out of the veggies. He's like, no, we're all liquid now, baby. It's liquid time. Oh, God. Look at it. It looks like a failed science project. What are you building there, Curdy?
We already added in the jalapenos earlier.
Yellowstone. He did forget to explain his clever way of opening the can. None of you probably know this, but you're actually opening cans wrong.
Time for a second can, don't you guys think?
No! A second can? The Instapot is fucking full.
Second can of Rotel.
Where's my where's my sodium milligram autist? He's just adding 6 more servings of 380 milligrams of sodium. We're over 10,000 milligrams, baby. 10 grams of sodium is in this dish. Fuck me. Oh, wait. Minus 1 packet plus more Rotel. That's assuming he doesn't add that packet in. He's got a fucking spoon from a table, a teaspoon from the table to stir this chili. This chili's like 6 inches deep, and my man is using a 3-inch tool, and he's even choked down on it. I mean, that might be normal for him. I don't know. But what the fuck is going on? Like, where's your like big wooden spoon to get in there and like scrape up shit off the bottom? I mean, I know you didn't brown anything. There's no Maillard reaction, nothing sticking to the bottom, but still you should have the spoon because you talked about it. Nope, just a spoon from a table like you'd use in a teacup. I don't even know if that chili is cold or hot. Like, I don't know what's
Guys, that is right at the limit of what the Instapot can hold.
Taking
I think that's a good place to stop.
Get to the limit one more time.
Yeah, that's right up to the max line. I don't know if you can see it in the back there, but there's the max line right there.
Look at it.
And so it's like just below the max line.
Ariane the vegetarian.
Yeah, it's basically at the max line.
Yeah,
so that is all the Instapot can take. So can't take no more than that.
He's just sitting there, bubbling at us, defiantly. It's bubbling. Oh, it looks like pus coming out of the room.
Should we see if the thing goes on instantly this time?
No, I don't think I have seen this one. I don't think I've actually seen this. We see if the thing goes on instantly. He's acknowledging the other time when it failed.
Come on. Come on.
Where's your cans of tomato sauce? Why didn't you put those in, you bitch? What are you, some kind of pussy? No tomato sauce for you? Your 2 giant fucking cans of diced tomatoes.
Bingo. Great.
And water.
So
you
let's
didn't
put that on.
In?
Turn that off first, then meat and stew. 15 minutes.
Heidi, no, this is how Texans make chili, actually.
Put that in the sealed position.
It's going to scream when he quick releases it. Yeah, chili steam. Oh, yes. My favorite part of cooking with Kurt.
It's not going to blow. I showed you where the max line is.
It's not going to blow.
It's below the max line.
Are you still hanging out with it?
So there we go. We made chili.
Tell me how excited
We
you are
made
to be
chili. We
live.
made a like at least a week's worth of chili. And then I got these little individual cups of Insta rice. And I got
Cups of Insta
like
rice.
12 of those. So basically every time I make a chili or I take one of those, put it in a bowl, put the chili and stuff like that. Yeah. So it's all
Again, I've said it before and I'll say it again. He's talked about doing this on a couple times. You'd be better off using the Instapot to make rice. Make 3 or 4 cups of rice or whatever. Like, he's a monster, so who knows how much he wants to eat. 3 or 4 cups of rice, and then make your chili in a pot. Let it sit there for 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, whatever. Let it incorporate those flavors, and then pour your much better chili over your much better rice rather than using instant rice. Like, I like instant rice. Like, I'd like it in a pinch. I like it to, I make little stir fried rice bowls, like different things, like perfect. It's cool. I get it. It's really convenient. But you're making a monstrous pot of chili. What, your little instant 30-second rice or whatever? Like, just make some rice. Then just take it out, pack it up, put it in the fridge, and then every day, like, heat up your chili and then pour it over the rice. Like, do whatever you want. But what the fuck are you doing?
good stuff. And if I need more spice, I can add in more spice once it's done cooking. Can you see my streaming setup? Sure. In all of its glory, why not? See the other side of the streaming setup? Sure. There it is in all of its glory.
All of its glory.
My keyboard.
Fucking
my thing to switch modes and stuff. Select different lighting and different vocal modes and stuff like that. Stuff like that. Big ass thing. There's my camera. There's my little light box.
See, I feel
There's
like
my microphone. So then I have this little buttons over here so I can press different things. So when I press this button,
I don't
key light,
this.
This should go on like that. See?
Kind of do.
Goes on.
I can't tell.
And then I have this button for random lights. And so when that's the button when I say push the button.
Oh, see, I remember this now.
It changes the lights in the background. Push the button. Changes the lights in the background.
Now his house is like the VIP
Right.
in a strip club.
And then this is to turn off my mic. This is to deafen me. And then this is the vocal mode I usually use. To clean up the audio a little bit. This shows my current subscription count. So I have that there to show my current subscription count.
PG, I
Just
remember.
so I remember what it is.
I don't remember the subscription count.
And then I got like
Why does he have
the things for the soundboard.
Taco Bell?
Screaming goat.
We can't
You
hear
know,
you
things like
on
that.
your phone.
And different music settings I have.
Did you see that? He pressed the screaming goat. Like, he pressed the button, like, oh, they'll be able to hear this. And then realized, he realized, like, wait, I'm not on my stream setup.
And there's my little interface for my microphone. The Focusrite Solo. Works great. Here's my microphone on this little shock mount here.
What mic?
Rode NT1A.
Oh, okay, so it's a Rode mic,
Great microphone.
I guess.
So I got that on a shock mount there, and that just kind of turns out of the way.
Brittany Court says, what's the weirdest thing Kurt ever said to you in a phone conversation? I don't remember specifically. Like, I don't remember the specific lines, but he was talking to me about like how I presented myself and like these things, and he's like, but you have all these hypocrisies. And I'm like, okay, well, talk to me about the hypocrisies. And none of what he said was a hypocrisy. It may have been an instance where like I changed my mind or something, or changed a position on something. which did happen, you know, from time to time. And he's like, you said this one thing and then later you did something different. And I'm like, well, you know that that's not a hypocrisy necessarily. The hypocrisy would be to advocate for a thing presently and then do the opposite presently. That's a hypocrisy. Doing some like stating something that your belief is one thing at one time and then at a later time changing it isn't a hypocrisy. Changing a belief is not hypocrisy. And so it was like work. It wasn't the specifics of what he said. It was just like working through this. Like, Kurt, I know you know how this works, because that would be silly if everybody who ever did anything differently than they once state. Like if you state something at one point, you're locked into it forever. Otherwise, it's a hypocrisy. That would be an insane way to look at how humans work and how the human mind works and how decision makings and preferences work, right? Like, I'll never eat tomato soup, and then 20 years later, you're like, you know what? Maybe I'll try tomato soup, and you eat it. It's like, oh, that's a hypocrisy. No, it isn't. You just change your mind. So like working through this very basic concept with him was very strange. And this was one of the, might've been the last time I talked to him. I talked to him he called me when I was at a tattoo convention, and Lady Raggets was getting a tattoo. And so I just had, I think April was there getting a tattoo also. And I had some time where I wasn't. And he calls me, and so I end up talking to him on the phone for like 90 minutes. And I'm like, Kurt, I have to go. I'm busy. But like he brought up all this stuff, and I was like, okay, you look at me in a way different way than I thought. Like he had all these expectations and stuff about me, and I'm like, I'm just your buddy or whatever. But to find out like he had expectations and was let down on some stuff. But the crazy thing is like a lot of people feel that way, and that's fine. I deserve a lot of that because I did let some people down on some stuff and expectations and whatever. But the nature of Kurt's expectations was very different. It was categorically different than what was going on, and his misunderstanding of like hypocrisy and just how communication. He's like, but you didn't tell people that you changed your mind. It's like, well, it didn't occur to me that I needed to tell people that I changed my mind on something all the time. Like you can't just like come into the stream and be like, you know what? I've changed my mind on this and this and this and this. That's super unnatural, and that's not how brains work, right? Like you don't necessarily remember what you've like what you said 8 years ago on a specific subject. It's like, oh, now you're violating that. So that whole conversation was just a fucking disaster.
When I don't need it. And that's it in all of its glory. Behind the text Taco Bell button? What do you mean behind?
Just realized I've left my shoes on.
This one is to bleep. This one is emotional damage. This one's the Price and Right's false sound. This is someone saying bruh. This is suck a dick. Gong, goat. This one is for randomized vocals. This one plays the Final Fantasy III victory song.
See, I think I remember that too.
I got like different ones. I got no, God, no, X. Here we go again. Got you, bitch, crab dance. What you just said is one of the most stupid things I've ever heard in this world. So those are like some of the stuff I've got on my
the Billy Max.
And these coasters were made for me by Ian. These were made for me by Ian. They're custom made leather coasters that he made for me. And the holder is custom made. Hand stitched. Runkle's mark on them, as you can see. Runkle the Bailey. Handmade coasters of leather. Runkle's mark on the back. So those are cool.
Runkle of the long eyes.
You can see I use it. Got my coaster over there. I got that I use.
Yeah, his hands are really shaky. I talked about this on a different stream. I don't know why. his hands are shakier than mine. My hands have been shaky forever. They would get worse at certain times. Right now they're pretty good. They're not. I don't have the most stable hands, but right now they're pretty fucking good. I like this. It's good. I'll take this. But his hands are really, really shaky. Kurt, I mean, you can watch him drink a lot on some streams. I don't know if he still does, but there was a time. I don't know if his shaking's related to that or like his probably the diabetes. Who knows? Maybe from
I got my little desktop here, computer desktop. Nothing special here. This one, Quiet RSS, is just an RSS feed. It's how I get like a lot of legal news stories from RSS feed, so it's an RSS aggregator. OBS Studio.
I didn't know people still used RSS feeds. Like, I didn't know that was a thing that still happened. It's so strange to me.
Of course, to do stuff. Witcher 3, Steam, Have a Nice Death, Hogwarts Legacy, we've been playing some on stream. This one is an emulator, I think, for Super Nintendo emulator.
Brittany Court, no, his beef Wellington is not available on Rumble. Wait, it's on YouTube? Okay. I didn't know his beef Wellington was committed to video.
Command and Conquer. NVIDIA Broadcast deals with some cleanup of microphone sounds, but I haven't really been using that. DaVinci Resolve is what I use to edit things. Some game that someone recommended, Chicken Invader, I don't think I've played yet. So, all kinds of good stuff.
Kurt Beef Wellington next time. We're going to do
a legal trouble for myself? No. Nothing illegal about having the emulator.
The little look on his face as he's pondering that he just showed people that he had an emulator, which implies that he's pirating games. Like, nothing illegal about having an emulator.
So, that's it in all of its glory. Show us your search history? Hell no. Also, I have it set up to purge my search history every time I close the browser. So, no. What happens when I push the Taco Bell button? It does the Taco Bell bell. Boing. The bell from Taco Bell. This painting behind me is one of a kind, or actually technically two of a kind.
Technically two of a kind.
This was custom paint.
That painting is not two of a kind. That is one painting. That painting is one of two kinds. It's like, it's one of a kind. No, it's two of a kind. That's not one of a kind or two of a kind. Wrong both times. I've heard this story 50 times now, Kurt, and I've only actually seen you say it 3. But that's not correct.
Painted for me, and is one of 2. So, yeah, this is one of 2, and it's one of my prized possessions. It's one of my prized personal possessions.
I like this painting. I'm not going to back down from it. Cool painting. Tell us the story, Kurt.
Yeah, that's an original. That's an original.
I mean, it's a copy of the original that's done on...
I think I've told this story before.
Yes,
I told the story behind the painting before, but I'll tell it again. You think it's creepy? I love it, personally. But I'll tell the story behind this painting. When I was in law school...
When I was a rich man, Chile.
I went to Dungeons and Dragons.
It's not a print. It is a repainting. The guy, he's going to tell about it. He saw the thing, and years later, he asked the guy, or whatever. The guy's like, "I'll paint you another one."
Tabletop role-playing game. I don't think it was necessarily just D&D, but it was of that style. Like, it was D&D, and I think there was other gaming that was going on at the time. It was a gaming convention that was held in Cleveland, and at the convention there was a room for auctions. Then there was, of course, people that were selling things, but there was also some things that were being auctioned off. And one of the things that was being auctioned off was a painting. And at the start of the convention, the guy started with a blank canvas. So it was completely blank on Friday. And by Sunday, he had painted this. And I bid on it, but I didn't win the auction.
Why not?
And
Or
that painting stuck in my mind for years. It was like I really, really liked it. And
okay, I like the painting. I think it's cool or whatever. I think it's and I love how much he loves the painting. But I don't understand, like, what I don't get is why it's stuck in his mind for years. Like, that's curious to me, because that painting, it's cool. It's cool. But it doesn't in any way like stick in my mind. It's not like this life-changing thing. So I want to know what about it really, really stuck in Kurt's mind for years. Like, think about this. Years later, he finds the artist and he's like, "Hey, remember this dragon painting you did, this black dragon one?" The guy's like, "Yeah, I guess." He's like, "I love this painting so much. I'm looking for it." And he's like, "I'll just paint you one." I guess it's stuck in my mind for years. Like, what about that painting is that enthralling? Again, I think it's cool. I like it. I don't think it's the greatest piece I've ever seen. It wouldn't be my prized possession personally. Like, but I don't have any problem with it being Kurt's. I want to know what drew him to it so heavily.
so a couple years later, when I had some money, I, dug into my emails to find the original convention, figure out what the original convention was, emailed the original organizers of the convention, which at this point was like 8 years prior, and said, "Hey, at the auction, there was this guy painting this painting of a dragon that was..."
Like, some people out there literally can't do what he's describing. They just can't get themselves to do something like that. Like, that's a lot.
Auctioned off. Do you happen to know who that was, and do you have any contact information? It's like, yes, actually we do. It was this guy. So I contacted him like, "Hey, I saw you paint this at the 2006 convention in Cleveland." It's like,
yeah, I see you guys.
do you know what happened to the painting? It's like, yeah, one of my best friends has it.
Is he
Like, do you think he'd sell it? It's like, no, I don't think he'd sell it. He is my best friends and he loves it, but I could paint it again. And I'm like, okay.
all right?
And so he painted it again. And, presumably better, because at this point, he had, 8 years more experience as a painter or something. So
I remember
presumably
me
even
going,
better than the
not
original.
necessarily. Why would it be?
So to the best of my knowledge, it's one of two. And that's the story behind that painting.
If he has more talent and skill and it's presumably better, then it's not a one of two. It is a one of one, because it'd be a different painting. I want to see it next to the original, right? Like the other one or whatever you want to call it, because you want to see if it's even close. Like, maybe his memory is different than what this is. I bet not, because it's like so important to him. It's probably exact, but like, I just want to know. But he says, presumably better. What's presumptively better about it? How would that be? Well, he's got 8 years more experience, so that doesn't mean it's going to be better. That actually has nothing to do with it. Very weird.
And it's one of my very prized possessions. My mother doesn't like it, by the way. My mom, when she was helping me.
Ava sent 5 gift memberships. Thank you so much. Appreciated. Everybody who gets a membership, please send a little thank you message to Ava for sending them out. It was really awesome.
Move my stuff around. She's like, "You should get rid of it. It's not very professional. It's not becoming of a lawyer." And I'm like, no.
No,
it's just juvenile.
Fucking cool, Mom.
It's like, no.
And again, now I don't know, because I remember the mom thing from one of the videos, but not from the other ones. And it wasn't this video. So now I don't know. Wolfgang Deo also sent 5 gift memberships. Thank you, Wolfgang Deo. Again, you guys who get memberships, give him a little thank you. Just say hi. Thanks. It's really cool of people to do that.
I like the painting.
I like
it is one of my prized possessions.
Mom story was in the last video, right? But it was completely it was way different.
Mom isn't a fan, but I like it. You need to frame it? I don't know. I think it looks great as it is, to be honest. I think it looks great just as it is.
Wolfgang says Nick is late and gay as always.
Frame it? No, I think it's great.
No.
First of all, that'd be a big ass frame. Second of all, why?
He talks about this painting as if it's massive, like it's taking up an entire wall. It's like it's not that big of a painting, Kurt. It's not tiny, but it's not that big. The frame would be massive. No, it wouldn't.
I think it's great the way it is. Nah, I like it the way it is.
It's cool,
just
though.
Raw art just sitting on the wall, man. Yeah. I have no desire to frame it. If I can frame it, I can tell my mom it looks more professional. You think that's the issue? My mom doesn't like it because it's not framed? You think that's the problem?
Yes.
I'm not so sure.
An adult would have a fucking frame. D-What says, get the likes up, y'all. Get the likes up. Rumble and YouTube, make sure you hit that like button.
There it is in all of its glory.
Back in time is a glorious time.
Dragon. Flying night with a full moon behind him. Looking down. Is he guarding? Is he hunting?
We don't know. We have no idea.
You know?
No, it's unknowable. I don't know.
Is he just brooding?
He's not brooding. He's flying around.
So.
How do you brood while flying? Burninating the countryside. Burninating the peasants. Burninating of the peoples. And the third roof got a
And the moon is glow in the dark paint, so it glows a little bit when the lights are off. Which is cool.
See, okay, though, like that does, with the glow in the dark aspect of it, does make it like a little more juvenile, right? Like his mom's kind of got a point with that one. Not that matters, like, because you can like whatever the fuck you want. You're 100 years old. Your mom, how is she alive? I hope she lives much longer, but I'm just like shocked. Are you listening to her opinions at all?
How long for the chili? Yeah, it's heating up. It's going to be a while. It has to get to temperature and then it has to cook for 15 minutes. Probably a half hour.
Oh, man.
I've got little cups of instant rice. So those are easy enough to make.
Moon cow watching. Angie, I can't help it. I'm
like Fritos with chili. I respect that.
What?
Did I get your email the other day? Probably did, yeah.
was going to say he probably came in under 10,000 milligrams of sodium, but he dumped in that 2-week-old salsa, and you know there's a shitload of salt in there.
Were you the 55-year-old who emailed me? If so, I got that email.
Talk about this, please, right now. Please talk about it.
Yeah, I'm thinking of moving to Houston.
No, I want
the lawyer is coming down that way.
I want you to talk about the 55-year-old who emailed you.
Way, so.
I want to know nothing other than what 55-year-old emailed him. I need to know that question. Like, I need to know that. What was that? That was weird.
It'd be interesting for all three of us to be in close-ish geographic proximity. Might lead to some possibilities. When's my next improv class? Mondays. It's Mondays. Tomorrow.
But you, Nate and Attorney Tom?
Email me, but you're 40? Yeah, send me an email.
My man is just openly accepting propositions based on a screen name and age. Did you fucking hear that? I'd email you, but I'm 40. Send me an email. Like, he's going to turn her down. He's like, look, I said 35 though. Like I said, under 35. So you're on the outs. He is sitting here. He's like, email me, whatever. Maybe I'll look at it. Fuck you on about.
Your niece lives near Houston, so there you go. Nick is from Houston, is he?
I am.
Any funny stories from improv class? What's the minimum age to email me? 18. I'm not sure there's a lot of 18-year-olds out there that would be interested in me, but, you know, because I'm 42, but...
He'd only take emails from an 18-year-old. 17-year-olds can come straight to his house for the pizza casserole. Just laser beam in there. But if you're going to email him first, you better fucking be 18.
I don't really set a minimum age. But, you know, I'm not going to unduly restrict my options on the low end.
Don't you dare email him.
So 18 to mid-30s is typically what I'm looking for. No children. Want children. Beyond that, we'll talk.
Beyond that, we'll talk.
Going for the DiCaprio demographic? Well, I'd like to find the woman.
Here's his logical reason for why he, as this 42-year-old, should be talking to women who are between 18 and 26 or whatever.
And marry her, so not quite DiCaprio territory.
No, you're still in the territory. He just doesn't marry them.
No. So some difference there. But if she's of legal age and she wants to be with me, I don't see why anyone should have a problem with that.
No one does. No one
does
have
a problem with it. I don't care.
That's the spirit.
You have a 17-year-old? Well, have her call me in half a year.
I thought he was just going to say, have her call me in half a year. But wait, what if she's from Texas, though? Because, like, if she's within state, she could be under 18, right? Like, that was from the pizza video. Can you imagine, unironically, I think I said this a lot. I feel like I've said this before. You're watching Kurt on a live stream. Right, you're watching Kurt on a live stream, and you're like, you know what? I have a 17-year-old daughter. What? Like, what did you just do? What just happened? I'm sorry. Someone was sitting around watching Kurt, and they're like, you know what? My daughter's 17. Someone was watching Kurt and said, my daughter is 17. I wonder if he'll take an email from her. Wow. That fucking happened. Hold on.
If anyone does have a problem with it, I don't care. You have a 17-year-old? Well, have her call me in half a year.
Holy fuck, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's fucking insane. God, I gotta go to the bathroom. We have 10 minutes of video left. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, guys. I'll be right back. Sorry. Just let Kurt stare at you for a minute. I'll be right back. Okay. Sorry about that. I don't know what else is coming. Christy Webster, thank you for joining at the super lawyer level. That is awesome. Thank you so much. All right, here we go. I have a 17-year-old. Oh, have her call me in half a year. No, no, no.
What's new? Not much. We're making chili. And I'm in good spirits. 50 gifted memberships? I didn't notice. Thank you very much for the gifted memberships. That's really, really awesome. Thank you.
Didn't even.
That's really, really cool. Thank you for the gifted memberships. I appreciate it.
Didn't even notice. Anybody gives 50 memberships, I'll ignore it too.
Thank you, Hempland, Texas. That's really, really cool. Thank you.
I'm
on mobile, so it's harder to see those things. So I apologize if I missed it.
Exciting content rewatch.
Ukrainian? I'm not beyond Ukrainian. Any funny stories from improv class?
Going back and forth on if I've watched this already.
I'm trying to think. There's been funny stories. Well, there was one that's Convergence.
Imagine someone asks you about your improv class. All right? Like your improv class. Do you have any funny stories from your improv class? And your answer, imagine if you will, that your answer is, there aren't any funny stories. It's an improv class. There aren't any funny stories. Like, holy shit.
Which is kind of interesting. So in convergence, two people say a word, and then the idea is that two other people try to say the word that's most in between the two other words. So if, I don't know, let me give you an example. Like if the two words were dog and house, right? So then the next two people would try to guess the word that would be most obviously between the words. So like for me, if the words were dog and house, the most obvious word that's between those is yard. And so then two other people would say the next word that they think is most in between at the same time. And if they say the same word, the game is over. So if they start by saying dog and house, and the next two people both say yard, then the game is over. If they say yard and owner, then two other people would go. And so we had one where the very first word was the same. So it just ended immediately.
Hilarious.
Pretty funny. What are the odds that...
What are the odds that two people who do an improv game, which is going to be like a rehearsed thing over and over, that they would come up with the same word?
Two people would just pick the exact same word from the start.
What are the odds?
So that's
pretty fucking good, obviously. Those odds were fantastic.
That's kind of fun. So, you
have any funny
we did a
stories
prank on one of our teachers
from your comedy
because
thing?
she was
Nothing funny.
He was out, and so I, along with another student, created a conspiracy where we pretended the teacher who was there was like really abusive, and we complained about it.
I'm sorry. You did what? So one of the teachers was out. Look at his face. So what you did was you got together with another student and created a conspiracy that the remaining teacher was really abusive. Lamau.
And the teacher was in on it.
Oh, okay.
So that was kind of fun.
Teachers in on it. It didn't seem like that at first.
Let's see. What else?
Again, imagine this is your improv class. It's a comedy thing that you go to all the time. What's a funny story? I don't know. Not a single one. We actually haven't learned anything, obviously. Holy fuck.
Interesting, because one of the things that's interesting is just like how two very different people could have very similar comic sensibilities. So I don't know if it's funny or not, but it's interesting because we did a level 2 class. And so some of the people that are in our class are not from our level 1.
Right.
Because they, took a break or whatever, right? So they're not from our level 1. And one of the new guys is this guy called, I'm pretty sure his name is Jeremy. And it's interesting just because he and I are obviously very different people.
Why is that obvious? What makes it obvious? Is Jeremy funny? Like, is that what makes it different between you two?
He's gay. I'm straight. He's left-leaning.
Who here believes Kurt's straight? Like, show of hands. I think Kurt's gay. Like, that's not a joke. I think he might be, which is good. I think he should, but I know he wants a family, so that's got to be tough.
I'm right-leaning, but our comic sensibilities are very similar, which I just think is interesting. So I'm really looking forward to working with him because, I think we have some, from little exposure I've had, it seems like we would be able to have some really interesting comic pairing. And depending
Yeah, because we're like so different. It's like the Odd Couple, I think.
depending on, what happens, it could be really interesting for like an Odd Couple kind of thing, right? So it could be really interesting.
Damn it! And I don't know if I've watched this one, then I didn't make that. Like I didn't make that up and beat him to the joke. I just remembered it, but I can't. Like it's subconscious remembering.
Interesting for like playing into stereotypes and using that as comic fodder.
Yeah,
that could be really fun.
So here's what you do. Here's the pitch. Here's the improv pitch for Kurt. He's like, so we've got a gay guy and I'm a straight guy. And then like, we're gonna like get into antics together, and his gayness and my straightness will make a really funny thing. Like there's a fucking pitch on this.
And it's interesting also because one of the other, although I'm not as close with her, the other person that I'm most close to is a gay woman. So I'm not sure what that says about me on any level, but I just find it interesting because her name is Lauren, and she introduces herself as very gay, which I think is interesting. She's like,
so do I. That's my thing, Lauren, you bitch.
My name's Lauren, and I'm very gay. And I'm like, okay. And it was funny because we were talking.
I would stand up and I'd be like, my name is Nick, and I like to eat box as much as Lauren does. That would be the follow-up, right? I don't know if it's true that his improv group is so unfunny, but someone said he got kicked out of it. I don't know if that's true either. But like the way he tells stories, like these people, none of this stuff sounds hilarious at all to me.
After class, we go out every week after class, and it was interesting because I'm not sure how exactly she said it, but she was like, I can't remember quite what she said, but she was like, because we were talking about the Depp trial at one point, and she was like, oh, I don't think we have the same perspective, so I dropped it. And then we were talking about religion or something, and she was like saying...
So the insane lesbian has a different perspective on Johnny Depp. And then you decide, you know what we should talk about instead with the insane lesbian is religion. That'll go well. That'll do it. She stands up and introduces herself as Lauren the Very Gay. You know what? You're probably going to have a normal, compatible conversation with her about Christianity. That'll be great.
Essentially, like, I knew you weren't part of my tribe. She didn't phrase it this way. I can't remember the way she phrased it. But she's like, I knew you weren't part of my tribe because when we introduced ourselves at the start of class and we did pronouns, you didn't give your pronouns. Because, like, almost, I think like every other person in the class, when they introduced themselves, gave their pronoun. And I just said, my name is Kurt.
Rebel!
Without giving pronouns. And so it was interesting that, that decision, castigate me as the other, which is kind of hilarious.
It has to be the right word.
So I think that's funny.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that's right. I don't like that piece.
But it's interesting because we actually get along in class. So like you wouldn't know it from in class that she.
You mean where she's acting? You wouldn't know it from our acting thing that we're incompatible, but in real life we really fucking don't get along.
She has any problem with me, which I appreciate. right? Because we've worked together and done things together, and it's always been funny.
It sounds like
so it's never bled off into in class.
Yeah.
Which is also interesting. You know, so like her whatever misgivings she's had about me hasn't prevented us from doing the funny.
I hear the Instapot.
So that's pretty interesting.
What are we doing now?
She was talking about growing up
Lesbian?
What was it? When she grew up
Lesbian.
Something. She's like, oh, I grew up Christian and stuff like that. And so I don't know if this joke worked or not. You know, I couldn't tell in the moment if she got the joke or appreciated the joke or whether or not it was working. So we were out after class and we're talking. She's talking about religion and stuff like that. And I asked her, well, how did that work out for you? She's like, it didn't work out that good for me. And I was like, yeah, I guess when you read Leviticus 18:22, kind of turned you off from the whole thing.
I think I remember this because Leviticus 18:22, if I'm not mistaken, is like a man shall not lay with another man, which is funny to tell to a lesbian. She's like, yeah, I don't care about that. She's like, I'm just here to clean tacos. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, when you read that thing in Leviticus about men, how is that navigating that, lesbian?
And so I don't know if that joke worked, but I tried.
It didn't work. Oh, fucking hell.
So, yeah. Well, the chili's ready. Should we check in on it? The thing beeps. Should we check in? Let's see how it turned out.
Riotously funny.
That offended everybody?
Lesbians.
Oh, Lord. Let's check and see what we got. I think it needs more cook time. No, we can give it a shot though. Let's see what we got.
Ew. There's just pools of grease up here. Because, like, you don't have to drain the fat off of beef in chili, but, like, it just looks gross. It doesn't look good. It looks fucking gross.
Not bad.
Not bad.
Not bad. Yeah, not bad.
Not bad.
All right.
All right.
Well, I guess that will bring us to the end of Cooking with Kurt time. So I hope you enjoyed this cooking stream.
I did so much. It's probably the second time I watched it, but it's like it's fresh every time. That's how good it is.
Enjoyed this cooking stream. I'm going to heat up some rice, put it in a bowl, put some cheese on it. It'll be good. It'll be great. And go from there. I've been Uncivil Law. This has been my dragon friend.
Look at that face. That face is great. I have to clip that face. I need to save it. All right, here we go. God, that's amazing. Okay, sorry.
I hope all's well, my friends. Till later, my friends. Cheers and goodbye.
How does it open into this? Like what is that? What is this move going on here? I don't want to know. I can't do it. I don't have time. I got to go to bed. It's so late. It's so late. Oh my gosh, guys. This has been a long stream. This is one of the longest streams I've done in a while, other than the trial stream. So thanks for hanging out with me. I was only planning on being on for a couple hours, but you know, it's fun. It's fun hanging out with y'all. So I hope some of y'all are liking the late night streams. I'm going to find another trial to stream soon. Possibly. I don't know. We'll see. I want to find a good one that's interesting and not as long. I don't like these 7 week long trials. They're so fucking long. Holy shit. So, all right, guys. We're going to call it a night. Thanks for hanging out. Watch for announcements on Locals and Twitter for, the next stream. I'm not sure when it's going to be. Ideally, tomorrow there will be one, but I don't want to say there will be because there could not be. I don't know exactly what's going on right now. It's really late. My brain's like tired. But if I can, I'm going to put one together. Other than that, guys, I hope you have a good night. I'll see you soon. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some law-splaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes madder, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an Ardbeg, a Balmore, a Lafroig. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Doug T to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one we hear lost painting tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the dog better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law